1 2 1 2 1 2. Bit too soft with the music. Yep, that's going to happen. What is this awful? Oof. Swapped. A bit louder still, as in the vocal. You'd like a louder vocal. First of all, at your end, check you haven't got normal, what is it called? Stable volume or something? My vocals cannot go any louder here. Let me check. I say that actually. Let me check OBS. Oh no, it's coming at -10. Why is that? 1 second. Let me check filters. It has a compressor on. What? I think my audio settings is defaulted. 1 second. Let's just do output gain on the compressor and take most of that off. Apparently there's a limiter on already. Let's just leave that. Expander. Why would there be an expander on? That's at -40. I'll leave it there. This kick is a dive droner donga. Isn't it? It's awful. Listen to the length of that. Not only is it a higher pitch than my lowest bass note. Sorry, this is a very old project, by the way. I was just my manager asked me to put it into shape, and because he wants to release it. Excuse me. So, 1 2 1 2. How is the vocal? Is that 1 2 1 2 1 2? It is. It's called the French Kiss Tribute, Dorless. It's very much French Kiss vibes. Right, who've we got? Sorry. Hello Techno, hello Bjorn, hello Anguish. Hello Sean. Hello Wohal. Hello Getsy. Hold the line. Dobieki. Helly. Oh, that's this name again. Hell yeah. For some reason I always pause on that one. Panda Mexpress. The Panda Express in the chat, everybody. Yosef, hello Yosef. CS6X UK. Oi oi Savaloy, yes. Hello Matthew, hello Jungle Rhythms. Hello Kane. Oh dear. All kinds need to sort to get with this project. Woo. First of all, I think the first thing is going to be kick drum. How old is this project? Limit Break, hello. What's my favourite lush reverb for trance? It's not really genre dependent for me. Lush reverbs. My go-tos are always Dragonfly Hall algorithm, because it doesn't sound anything like a real hall. Supermassive by Valhalla. Oh, that reminds me, I need to download the update. Have I downloaded the update yet? Where's my... is that the... That's Dragonfly. I know this isn't a trance lead, but it's got a lot of properties of a trance lead, actually. I don't normally have the that many high frequencies coming through. What else do I like? So, yeah, Supermassive. Not Giant Verb. Are they all under the rev? I've forgotten how to work my own DAW already. Oh yes, if you're on PC, that's a good one as well. Epic Clouds by Variety of Sound. Where's Supermassive? There's Supermassive. This needs a lot of fettling and playing with your various algorithms. You have to get, it's more of a delay than a reverb, isn't it? You have to get it in. You have to find a delay that both warps and the density makes it into a reverb enough. I always default to Sagittarius, I think. The new kid on the block, what was the other one? Endless by DDMF is fantastic. You can't get a short reverb out of this at all. And it has the sparkle parameter like shimmer verb. It's basically generating octaves inside the reverb tail and the feedback. But that works on a granular window kind of thing. It's not actually the usual diffusion cluster network, whatever you want to call them. Keep that below 4K. That's very lush. I don't know, pre-delay on that. I told you it was a very long reverb. What else? I think those are my go-to three, really. Oh, sorry, Epic Clouds, yeah. I don't have a rack of that yet. There. If you're on PC, this is nice. I like the bloom parameter. You can basically hear it grow over time, and that's kind of the time it takes to, well, blossom. And there's a nice built-in filter. That's probably too many options. But I always reach for Dragonfly first. Someone did say lush. I know less is more with reverb. I would not. This is not a representative of what I would put on this sound. Someone asked for lush reverbs for trance. So that was. Hello, Plumpy. Hello, Yosef. Hello, British. How are we all? Happy New Year. Yes, the Eventide stuff is good, Jungle. I just don't usually end up spending a lot of money because the free stuff is so good. Hi, Sean. In your video of why mixes fail in the club, what preset did you use from Labs? Good question. What did I use labs for? I presume it was a pad. Did I mention it as in the context of a pad? Was it, Sean? Sorry? It can't have been the leads. Or was it piano? Was it for the piano? Hello, Big Mike. Oh, strings. I don't think I got the strings directly from Labs. It was Spitfire, the BBC, wasn't it? Yeah, I was talking about how strings are typically too wide in orchestral recordings because they use... Hello, Hendrix. Yeah, the string recordings typically use what's called a Blumline pair, microphone pair, also just known as a spaced pair, or a Deca tree if it's purely like classically orchestral. A Deca tree is a popular miking technique. But Deca trees are quite monocompatible, so if it's I find them all to be far too wide, so I'm presuming they're using a spaced pair. So it would be Spitfire, the BBC Orchestra. That one. It's not actually within Labs. It is... this one. I'm pretty sure I used. Let's just put it on cellos. I'm pretty sure it was those. Incredible for free. And speaking of lush reverbs for trance, I'm sorry I forgot who asked, but let me show you why the Dragonfly is the go-to, because that will be perfect. Listen to that tail. Gorgeous. Yes, Labs does have a new interface now, yes. I think I tried to upgrade and everything broke. So I rolled it back. I have noticed they've made it, since Chris left, who was the founder, and I think the Labs idea was all his. I think since Chris left, I think they're trying to pull the attention away from the free stuff now, because it's very hard to find the free Labs on Spitfire's website, on the Labs website. If you type free Labs Spitfire into Google, you get the link. But if you try to find it directly on their main page, I don't think it's there. It's hidden in a menu somewhere. So just Google free Labs and you'll get the free. I'm yet to try Chris's new stuff. Chris moved to started a new company called the Crow Hill Company. Some of you may follow him. And the Crow Hill Company is doing a free series of instruments called Vaults, I think. As in archive vaults, not electric vaults. VAULTS. They're on my list to download. Haven't got around to checking them out yet. I think they've already done a piano and strings, actually. So looking forward for checking those out. But yes. I'm trying to play with one hand, by the way. Sorry. My keyboard's off to the right there. Matthew, how am I pulling reference tracks? Am I buying from Beatport? Yes, no, it does get very expensive if you buy them all from Beatport. So when I'm referencing with a client, it's their responsibility to bring me the reference, so I'll just let them buy them. Or when I'm grabbing them, I will just if I don't need utmost quality, I'll talk about why you would need good quality. If you're just referencing for ballpark sound balance, vibes, sounds, just to have convenient references within your DAW so you can quickly swap back and forth. I just use ClipGrab, which is a free app which rips YouTube audio, which is probably technically illegal. It is illegal. So, but while we're on the subject, if you're going to get ClipGrab, they it's one of those pieces of software. The links you find to the main one are not legit, or they're full of adware. So look, if you look up ClipGrab Portable, you'll get the one that doesn't need an installer and doesn't try to install all this other nefarious, unwanted software along with it. So ClipGrab. Excuse me, I'm drinking tea. Just got a fresh cup. If you hear any slurping noises, very professional here. So the reason you wouldn't want to grab a YouTube rip is all the usual. It's the same as MP3 problems. So what happens in data compression, lossy compression, i.e. MP3 and streaming algorithms, anything that's not the original actual WAV file, .wav file, which is pretty much everything else, will have lost some data. What usually gets lost is stereo information. So if you listen to let me see if I can find an example. Actually, if you listen to the side, let's grab one of mine. Nice, let's grab this. Let's try this. If you listen to the side information on an MP3, you will get what I call the underwater space bats effect. Let's get the paddy section. Oh, that's not too bad, actually. That's not too bad. Do I have a bad MP3? Where would I find one? In my reference files. Normally you hear this kind of swimming. Actually, I can tell you what the effect is because I've got a plugin which simulates it rather well. Is it Codec? Well, yeah, I think it's Codec by let's say. Does it? That's the effect I'm talking about. You get this. I don't know if you can hear that. Obviously, my streaming of this sound is also being compressed to get to you. So you're hearing MP3 compression through fake bit. Well, it's not fake. It uses the actual some of the actual codec for real data reduction in streaming, and then you're hearing it compressed again for the live stream. Anyway, the swirling sound. That if you're trying to rip MP3s and YouTube conversions, that kind of thing, that's going to be, so your stereo information isn't going to be perfectly accurate. So don't reference that to the T. But in terms of psychoacoustics, the reason they do this is they can delete that information without you noticing like, it's like a 1% difference when you're playing back the main stereo file. It's only when you isolate the side channel you'll notice quite how much has been deleted. Same goes for high frequencies. High frequencies are some of the first things to get deleted in MP3. So don't reference an MP3 or a rip for especially the transients. You're going to lose some attack on sounds. Tiny amount, depends on how good the encoding was at the lossy encoder. There's not just one way of encoding MP3 or streaming audio. There's lots of ways, so each one will have benefits and cons, pros and cons. Yes, so high frequencies, be careful of. So don't be afraid to go more transient than your reference if it's an MP3, but obviously just don't reference it for that. What else would you lose? You lose information on like reverb tails and things. It's like having a heavily dithered, mix down. What am I thinking of here? Redux. What you'll hear when if you listen to the end of reverb tails. I'll just give you a quick simulation here. Let's go back to, actually I could do it on here, can't I? Yeah, we've got Dragonfly there. You got to hear this kind of thing. If you zoom about 60 decibels down, maybe 80, towards the lower end of the 16-bit kind of spectrum, you start to hear like it sounds like bit crushing on the end of on the reverb tails. Let me just. Sorry, that not sample rate, bit crushing. There. That when there's not enough bits at the end of the when there's not very low level information like reverb tails and things like that, there's not enough kind of bits to represent all of the signal, so you get this kind of gated, choppy as it comes in and out. So you lose some of that, basically. It's basically the way lossy compression works is it shaves off the edges of all sounds. So you shave off a little at the top, shaves off the sides of the stereo image, and it shaves off the very low level information that's kind of 80, 90 decibels down. So you won't notice it most of the time, but just be careful of that when you're referencing. But low end and things like that is usually intact. You're usually fine. But yeah, I use clip grab to rip YouTube all the time, especially when we're live here. It saves me a lot of time. Yes, boop. You'll hear quantization noise. That's exactly what that is. Rounding errors in bit integers. Does YouTube not go above 15K at all? That's interesting. I'm sure I've had YouTube rips that go above 15K. There's, again, YouTube doesn't have one algorithm. You will see it in the stats for nerds. You'll see what algorithm it's using. They have about 3 or 4 different playback algorithms. So it's not just one not just one playback codec they have. I'm not sure how it decides whether it's live or whether it's on the encode of the upload, to be honest. Hi, Phil. Phil's back. Welcome back. Can I do a track from scratch in the style of PF Tool Room? Someone like, what's PF? Is that an abbreviation I'm not familiar with, or is that a name of an artist? Ilias and Barrientos. Everything Everything that do is on point. They do. I presume you're talking about Ilias. And we might have a look at that. Oh, what have we got here? £10. Who's just donated £10? I can see it at the top. Tom Edwards, hello. Just before I answer Tom's question, go back to Phil. I'll see if we can do something. But I do have a few things to be cracking on with, which I was going to get through during the live stream. Finishing off this, not this, this French Kiss tribute thing. I was going to do while you guys argued amongst yourselves. Right, what's Tom asking? Any advice, tips to make original top loops sound good as vengeance packs? Particularly original essential club sounds from 90s, but in general also. I know they stole all that. I was about to say, yes, they did. This is the thing with drum loops. So I haven't done any drum packs yet. And it's because I don't actually know, unless I own the drum machines and record my, I do have live percussion here. I have some shakers, bongos, etc. Unless I record those and merge them myself, there's what I hear most other people do is just steal drums from other packs and reorganize them and and make them their own with different processing, etc. So I was hoping to use the plugin Visco, which is like a drum resynthesizer, to make my own sample packs, and then that way they would truly be original recordings. Not for any legal, I'm not scared of any legal. People have been doing this long enough now for me not, to be confident there will be no legal repercussions. But I used to think Vengeance, remember the days when you thought Vengeance sounded really professional? I listen to some of the Vengeance loops now and I think, not anymore. What have I got installed? I remember, yeah, I've got I always liked Electroshock 2. That's installed. Have we got any other Vengeance style packs? You'll note. Oh, here we go. No, I blame Vengeance for the spawning of this awful word, this nonsensical oxymoron of a word, downlifter. WTF? Does anyone else hate this? Is this just me that is pedantic about this word? A downlifter? What's lifting about something going down? Can anyone explain this to me? I've lost my mind for about 10 years over this. And people took that word and ran with it as if it's an actual word. Downlifter. I hate it. It's not the opposite of uplifter. The opposite of an uplifter would be a down dropper. What's the opposite of lift? Downfaller. It would be a downfaller. What the hell is a downlifter? Anyway, sorry. Always a danger when you get me talking about vengeance packs. Off on the rant about downlifters. I don't think anyone I've ever worked with has not suffered the downlifter rant, I'm afraid. Sorry. But let's analyze some of these. We got some of these top loops. Essential House Volume 3. These are going back some now. I've not bought a Vengeance pack for many, many, many years. You see, okay, stuff like this is interesting. Let me grab a couple in so we can just talk about this for a second. It'll also give you some insight as to how I hear things. Okay, that'll do. That will do. In fact, let's pull them into a session view over here. Solo. So let me see the wording on your original top loops that sound as good as Vengeance packs. Now, I don't know, Tom, if you agree that these ones sound particularly good. But see, when I hear these, I don't think, oh, these are really good or these are really professional. I'm not hearing a lot of processing. I'm presuming there's a little bit of high EQ on the... We've got a ride cymbal there, and can you hear the tambourine? There's a shaky thing and you've got obviously an open hi-hat, close hi-hat. So you've got closed and open hi-hats, tambourines, very thick snare. With some reverb on it. It sounds like gated reverb. Or it's more likely it's gated because it was chopped out of someone else's loop. And this is the thing with sampling. So you might be in the situation where if you're trying to make these from scratch with what I would call clean samples... Let me give you an example of what I would call clean samples. So the Thomas Penton pack is, I'm sure it's just called drums and percussion. I like the Thomas Penton pack. It's full of just generally useful. Let's find some snares in the Thomas Penton pack. That's pretty good. So nice, healthy transient. Nice click at the beginning. Not obviously warped or degraded in any way. You know, we don't have any signs of an MP3 like washiness at the top. That swimming sound I was describing earlier. So it's a high bit rate. It's come straight from a drum machine, probably. Tiny bit of an after reverb thing. Again, this could have been snipped from a track. But it's quite, you know, that's what I would call a clean drum sample. So if you were to try and make this kind of top loop with a really clean drum sample, it's not going to have the same vibe is the problem. It might sound good and work as a drum loop, but if you're going for the flavor and the atmosphere of a top loop, which is kind of why I would reach for a top loop, is more just for the overall vibe, because it's very hard to make yourself, because as you can imagine, you said Vengeance yourself. You said, you know, they steal stuff. Yes, as does everyone else who makes drum packs. And what happens when you steal something, when you sample something, is you're usually sampling something that's already been sampled, that's been sampled, that's been sampled. So you can imagine every time somebody used that drum loop, they may have EQ'd it, changing its phase. They may have added some reverb or some echo or, God forbid, a flanger or something. Another pet peeve of mine, flanged hi-hats. But they might have some processing on that. Or compression is obviously a common one. EQ compression, transient enhancement, etc., etc. And then the person who sampled that, they might have done something to their version of it when they sampled it for their top loop to make it fit in their track. And then they make a sample pack. And then that goes on and on. So you're dealing with 2, 3, 4, 5 generations of people potentially processing it and then resampling it, processing it and resampling it. And that's not what I would call a clean process. It never is. People think digital audio is perfect. It's absolutely not. There are errors and degradation every time a process is added. As soon as you add an EQ, that's another bunch of rounding errors in the digital domain. You only have so many decimal points that the computer can handle. So every time you do a process, there is a slight degradation. And of course, there's an audio change, be it the sample rate change, it could have been pitched, That's never a clean process. Time stretched definitely is never a clean process. Time stretch. I've had a lot of questions recently on people saying, why, when I mix two of my tracks together, do my hi-hats start to phase? And that's because the time stretching in the, if you've made two tracks which are at different BPMs, 126, 128, for example, and you have the same hi-hat in your intro and outro loops for those two tracks, when you try to mix them in, you're going to get all this strange flanging, phasing kind of sound, because the time stretching algorithms, which we take for granted now, especially in softwares like Ableton automatically is playing back this loop at 124, and it's not a 124 loop. This is a 128 loop. I didn't have to do anything. It automatically does that, but you don't think about it, and you can't necessarily hear it in isolation. But the way they do these time stretching algorithms is basically it's lots and lots of tiny repeats at different frequencies and fading them into one another. So they're called grains. It's a granular synthesis method. Some there we go. Grain size is in this one. If I turn the randomization off and the grain size high, you'll start to hear a bit of that flanginess. But anyway, what's happening there with all that's effectively a random process. So when you merge two sounds together, they're going to get randomly phased, and they won't be the same, because if you did use two identical hi-hats in your drum loops and you didn't time stretch them, and then you tried to mix them into one another, they wouldn't phase. You would just get louder hi-hats, twice as loud. That's what's supposed to happen when you merge two of the same sound. You'd get a 6 dB increase, but because there's been some alteration, the time stretching, then you're going to get this phasiness. And back to Tom's original point is, yes, you can imagine some of these sounds that have been sampled haven't just been processed with EQ compression; they've been time stretched and pitched. And if you do that yourself 4 generations, you'll start to get there, because you want some accidental reverb tails in there. And even if it's sampling your own, loops over and over, and then adding to them, and then resampling them, and pitching them, and EQing them, and then sampling them, you'll eventually get to this kind of vibe. Here's another thing. Something that new ears might not pick up on. This loop, I've just heard straight away, is already sidechained. So there's a dip on beat 1. Here. I'm not not because of the size of this waveform. I'm just hearing it. You can hear this ramp here. It kind of sucks back down. That's because there's a sidechain already on it. That's part of what's gating that percussion sound. There's supposed to be a reverb tail on this, whatever sound this was, but it's getting gated off by the sidechain. So there's another processing thing that might already be on the loop. And if you do have a top loop that doesn't sit in with your track, one of my first go-tos would be try sidechaining it. Because kick drums behave very strangely when you start adding hi-hats to the front of them. It makes you perceive the attack and any later frequencies of the kick drum differently, just because you've basically changed the high frequency of the kick drum. If the hi-hats at the beginning of your top loop line up exactly with your kick drum, things are going to happen with your transient perception. And the way our ears and brain work it's not really linear. You start to hear the kick drum differently just because the hi-hat has changed. So sidechain is one thing. Now, this is interesting. This is why I grabbed this one. When Vengeance do stuff like this is actually genuinely creative, because I don't instantly know what they've done here. This is a very interesting noise. I'm not saying I want to use this particular sound, but just studying how they might have done this, we can hear these grains. So we got you can do that several ways with time stretching in beats mode. So it tries to chop up hits instead of the thing I was mentioning earlier, the more complex grain style thing. You could do that with time stretching, or it could actually be done with a very, very, very fast delay. But it's not on every hit. It's just on whatever this is. Hi-hat. Oh. Hi-hat and tom there. And what the hell is this sound? This whoop. I actually, it was a mistake bringing this into the session because I can't play back from there, can I? Let me... Yeah, what is this sound? There's a conga in the left ear. Here. That's like a fake conga from a drum machine. But I couldn't tell you what that was. That's one of those sounds you find when you... Again, I'll use Thomas Penton as a good example. So if you're making your own top loops, you might go to percussion various category because it's unidentified. So you go to various because it's definitely not a conga. It's definitely not a clav woodblock type thing. It's definitely not a cowbell. You know, it's... So we go to various, and if you want to add interest to your top loops, you keep going until you find something really random that sounds cool. Maybe you gate that, pitch it, add echo to it, maybe that granular echo, or this could be a filter envelope, this whoop, whoop. Could be a resonator. It could be all kinds of things. But I'm not saying this is supposed to be that sound, by the way. I'm just saying you find this is a very creative loop. It's not just made out of typical drum machine percussion, which I always find very disappointing. And there's a lot of techno packs out there which are just 808s and 909s. I think we can hear some reversing as well. Something sounds like a reverse hi-hat back there. Possibly, not sure. But sorry, it's not a very conclusive answer, Tom, but hopefully it just gives you a little bit of inspiration as to if you... I mean, personally, I don't make many of my own top loops. It's kind of an accident when that happens. But that might give you a clue as to how to make some more interesting ones. It's a lot of effort and a lot of trial and error, basically sampling yourself. I just saw a 4.99. Hello, sine waves. Anyway, Tom, I hope that helps. What's your champion vid? Champion. Champion? You have to remind me. Sorry, sine waves. Thank you for the 4.99. Really want to know how you do either hot in here or gunshot. I can't crack it. Any tips? I'll need some context. Sorry, I'm struggling to remember what my champion vid is. Has it got to that stage now where I've got too many videos? Yes, please respond in the chat, sine waves. A little bit more context, please, and thank you for the 4.99. Sorry, I went off on the top loop tangent there. I'm not capable of giving a short answer, I'm afraid. Sorry. You'll always get some nerdy. Oh, Phil, you meant in the style of Tool Room. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up on the chat, reading down. It's very hard when you're all mid-conversation. So, I saw someone being called a downlifter. It must, yeah, we should make that the lexicon of insults. Oh, no, we can't, actually. It's a bit too close to something else, isn't it? No, I don't think we can go there. We just need to ban it from sample pack terminology. Can we all agree? No more downlifters. Maybe they thought downfaller was too depressing. Or maybe it was a jinx on their future careers. as soon as you make a sample pack and you have to use something called a downfaller, maybe that would be a foreshadowing of of what happens next. Anguish, I could answer that one quickly. Do I pay attention to LUFS measurements when mastering for clubs? No. Nope. See my video called How to Not Master Your Tracks, Part 1 and Part 2. I explain everything in those videos. The reason I don't need to pay attention to LUFS is because I'm referencing all the time. So your loudness by ear is far more useful than loudness by measurement, because there's ways to trick LUFS. And then you end up not making music. You end up trying to play a numbers game, which has got nothing to do with making good dance music. Hi, Chris Swift. Thank you for the 5. Oh, just a coffee donation. Thank you. No question. Very kind of you. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Champion Basslines, Garage. Sorry, Sine Waves. Thank you. Yes. I'm back with you now. So, back to your question. Watch the champion video. Yeah, so that was the aggressive one, wasn't it? What I nearly called the aggro. Hot in Here or Gunshot. These are other Virgie tracks, right? Sorry, other champion tracks. You said it right there in the question. Champion. And I just said Virgie for some reason. Let me have a quick listen. Well, did you see the video I just did on trying to find the Alan Fitzpatrick rave stab thing? You see, what you got there was a 20-30 minute video of my journey trying to find it. Obviously, that was an edit. In terms of that sound, as you saw it in the video, probably took me on and off near 4 to 6 hours, maybe, to get that close. So, if it's as with if it's not an obvious, if I can't instantly hear that it's just a saw wave, square wave, or some combination thereof with a filter, some distortion, etc., etc., or a recognizable acoustic sound or famous drum machine or keyboard sound like a Korg M1, if I can't recognize it instantly and it's a complex sound, we will be here for hours trying to make it. There is no shortcut to that. It's when it comes to complex waveforms, somewhere between, I said this in the LFO, no, not LFO. What was the OG Trance ARP I did? Union Jack. In the Union Jack video, I did a big rant about distortion, because distortion is very hard to reverse engineer. So if the sound has been distorted in any reasonable way, it's very hard to detect what the original thing was underneath that distortion. Case in point being guitars. If you heard a raw guitar before the distortion in the amp, it would sound completely different. They do sound completely different, should I say. Let's have a look at Hot in Here. Let's get demonetized. Champion, Hot in Here. I will just have to give you my instant thoughts. Oh, it was Virgie Hot in Here. I thought it was. Virgie and Champion, yeah. Let's have a listen.
Champion sound.
It's Virgie, isn't it?
Oh, okay. So this... Is everyone hearing my YouTube feed, by the way? Yeah, so what we have here is... I can get very close very fast, to be honest. It is FM. There's some FM in there. and there's possibly an added harmonic on the 10th, which is the major third. So let me show you what I mean quickly, just so you can see the process. Again, there's two elements. It's exactly the same as what I just described in the last video with the making the other sound. There's two elements. It's recognizing pitches and recognizing what synths are capable of. So the first thing you're hearing, well, I'm hearing, is two pitches, and it's let's get what key we are. No, what note is that? Sorry, it's not 10. It's a 10th in terms of scale, not. So we're in E. Do 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 do. That's a chromatic. 1 3 2. Flat what? Flat 2. Right. So the harmonic I'm hearing is it's going to. Is it 60? Yeah. So a major third in chromatic is 16. Well, a major third is 4. So it's an octave plus 4. So those two tones are in there, right? That's one. Can you hear the doo, 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 the high one? And the metallic element of it, that's the FM. So it's probably happening on the lower waveform. Let's actually just try FMing from oscillator 3. See if we get close. Let's try this up another octave. Nope. So I think there are two separate entities. If I let's go down an octave here. Am I hearing square plus FM? So, yeah, basically the idea is going to be, oh damn, it's one of these. These are going to be either an octave or a fifth apart. You get the wub wubs with a little bit of this kind of envelope sent to the amount of FM, or the filter, or both. It's usually not a lot. Let's try fifth. Not sure. I didn't get there very fast. Let's try FMing from square quickly. I don't want to spend too long on this because, like I say, oh, it's absolutely not that. It's somewhere. Just double check ring modulation. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have had the oscillator up. There we go, that's more one. Ah, we're getting some of that harmonic now anyway. Can you hear it? You don't have to put that in manually now. Although sometimes if you want to add distortion, you can get there. It helps to kind of emphasize it. Can you hear that it's already in there? So the FM itself has brought that out. So I've got, yeah, it's just a sine wave. We're sending, we're frequency modulating from an oscillator which is 7 above, which is in musical terms, that's a fifth. But that's your starting point anyway. You want to be. It is similar to what I did in the video. You just have to play around with pitches mostly, and Like I say, distortions afterwards is going to be... Vital doesn't have too many great ones built in. You might have to experiment with plugins on. But this doesn't sound that distorted. It's in there. It's got release on it, but it's something to do with FM. I can hear it. Yeah, we would have to play around for a few more hours, but that's your kind of starting point. Sorry, sine waves, but yeah, sometimes they're either going to be instant or not. FM for the win, yes, Carrion. It does sound like it's a little bit of both, yes. Let's get demonetized would be a good t-shirt. Not a bad idea. Right. Any other questions? What do we have? You love the bass on MK and Don Diablo's Next to Me. Which one was the Next to Me? I'll have a look. Next to Me. Meanwhile, Karen asks, how do I know what pitch wave to FM at? I don't. I mean, my instant... Well, I say I don't. I have some first-hand guesses. So when it's... this is what I would call a very harmonic sound. So you'll hear the difference. This sounds like a major chord to me. We don't have any too much nastiness in terms of... It sounds pretty stable. And you'll find it sounds stable at all kinds of... if we use an octave... I don't know why I just undid this. So that's an octave. You get to recognize these because they're all very common. We're only using 2 oscillators, FM, and then just playing with octaves. So an octave is 12, by the way. I'm holding shift on my keyboard, and Vital will automatically... I'm using my mouse wheel. Vital will jump between octaves for you. So if you've ever played Sega Mega Drive, this is another reason I'm familiar with some FM tones, because this is how the Sega Mega Drive made sound. But yeah, you start with your octave relationships. And obviously the amount that you're frequency modulated by the other oscillator changes things. But you just get used to some of these relationships. And then 7 is another one. Because that's... if you watched last week's video, 7, which is a 5th, is part of the harmonic series. It's part of natural sound. It doesn't matter what sound you put on here, be it a piano or... Let's actually... We've still got those strings available, haven't we? Let's... Have we still got strings? Oh no. Sorry, it's here. We take the bit crushing off. And sample reduction. So, it doesn't matter what sound it is. Most sound is made up of what we call the harmonic series. The pitch you're actually hearing is this, what we call the fundamental. Above that, your very first harmonic is usually an octave. You see, these are both... I'm pressing the note E here. So you see, this one is an E, E2, and then the octave above that, E3. And then your harmonic after that is a fifth, which will be a B. See, B3? And then the harmonic after that is another octave up of the E, of the fundamental. So we get another E, then we get another fifth, another B, then another E. It goes on like that, and then as they go up and up and up, they get closer together. We start to get a seventh, a third. This is a harmonic series, so this is how tones are. All sounds have these traits. The reason sounds sound different to others, like why this string doesn't sound anything like this. Let me bring that synth back up. Let me put that in the same octave. You see? It's the same harmonics. The only thing that makes sounds different from one another is their balance of those harmonics. What we call the timbre of a sound, the sound itself, the quality of the sound, the sound character, the signature. That's all just the balance of these harmonics. So if you were to take a trombone, a human voice, it doesn't matter what it is, and you were to just put a low pass filter on them, so that you could only hear that first harmonic, that very first fundamental, you would not be able to tell the difference between a million different sounds. They would all sound exactly the same. It would just sound like a sine wave playing that E fundamental. So the difference between all sounds is this balance of harmonics. So you can see one of the traits of this sound is it's very weak on the second harmonic there, the one that's dancing. That's our fifth. But we are hearing the fifth above. That's the ooh. Sorry, no, that's a third. We're hearing that one. Sorry, I can't hum this one. I can't hear it, but that's the one. That's the top one I'm hearing. Sorry, that's that one. There we go. Excuse my singing, but that's so what I was going back to, sorry, with FM, your first ports of call, if it's not if it's not super aggressive, growly, if it's quite a smooth, stable sound, your first guesses in terms of pitch relationships for your oscillators is going to be octaves, fifths, maybe thirds, which would be the 16 I showed you, or 4 even. They're too close to one another. But as you can hear, if you go in harmonic, so for example, if I go like 5 away, sorry, 5 is just another type of fifth, isn't it? Because that's just like this. Plus 7 minus 5, they're the same thing in different octaves. Sorry. If I go to an in-between number like 6, you get this very it's very unmusical all of a sudden. A pitch, maybe 14. Here we're getting rather, like we're getting unstable, aggressive. These are no longer musical tones. We can't really hear the notes. Kind of sounds out of tune compared to. If I play a known, you can hear those notes, right? Do do do. If I do this, we start to go a bit. So your first clue, if it's very aggressive and what I would call atonal, not of smooth pitch, then your guess is that it's not a harmonic relationship between the oscillators. If it is a musical tone, then it's probably some kind of octave or fifth. That's why I guess those pitches first. Anyway, hopefully that explains that. Sean, why does BBC Orchestra not let you play low notes? It's because it's being realistic. So I already know, because I've played in orchestras and I used to play a lot of brass too. The lowest note on a cello, which is these instruments here, the second biggest string instrument, that's a C1. If I try to play below that, nothing. Because there isn't a cello that exists, unless it's a very bespoke one, that can play lower than a C. So they didn't sample one because it doesn't exist. If you want to go lower than a C, you have to do it on a bass, which is the next string instrument, the biggest string instrument. So I can get the C below that now, but nothing below. So these are just the natural ranges of the instrument. Cellos have a rather wide range. If you can't go below that C, but they will go up into violin and viola ranges. It's giving me a B flat here, an A sharp at the top. That's the highest a cello can go, and the lowest it can go. A massive range, like 4 octaves. Obviously, if you're used to using if you're used to playing synthesizers, it's not a big range because, or a piano. You know, a piano would be every note, 88 notes all the way. But yeah, you won't get certain notes on certain instruments because they just can't play those in real life. So it's because it's realistic and they are literally recordings of real instruments. If you are playing back, I have done this before. If you use something like Contact, which is not free, so you see me use this less, but before the BBC Symphony Orchestra did that for free, I got all my strings and stuff from the built-in Contact library. Well, I'll tell a lie, actually. I used to own the East-West libraries, but for speed, so for example, if I go cello here, let's just bring an ensemble in, we'll have the same issue. I shouldn't be able to go below that C. Yeah, nothing. But if you edit the sound, you can go into the mapping editor. You see this low C here? So this is the sample that plays on this low C. This is a velocity map. So there's one sample that plays below whatever number this is, below velocity range. Let's call that 80. Then above 80 to, say, 100 is another sample that plays, obviously a more aggressive sample. And then, it says here, 109 to 127 is the hardest velocity. Anyway, if I want, I can cheat and just say, stretch and pitch shift that same sample lower, just so I can get that B. Now, technically, it's not realistic. It's a C from a cello, pitch shifted. Not someone playing that note. This is not what a cello sounds like. But if you're in a pinch and you're in a strange key for whatever reason, you had to match a vocal or you had to change the key of your song for whatever reason, you can do that just to quickly get the note out of the thing. Save you having to swap samples to a bass, because basses don't sound like cellos. They're very different. So, yeah, limitations of acoustic instruments, basically. You can't make the strings sound like I did. That's just literally going to be a chord thing. Yes. Again, there will be some... because I have played in real orchestras. I've never played... I can't play the cello. I always played brass. I was a tuba player, trumpet player, cornet, but mostly tuba. Which is the sad guy over here. This was me for 7 years. That kind of thing. Yeah, I played that one. Anyway, to make the strings sound, what was I playing? I just reached for these chords by default because that's a stacked fourth. That's I'm playing F, A sharp, D sharp in the right, and then I think it was a C in the left. One of my favorite chords to play instantly on a cello. Again, partly because of the harmonic series. This is how a cello is well. It's not how a cello is tuned, but it's similar to the concept of how a cello is tuned naturally. So every time you just go up 1/4. So it's C to F, F to A sharp to D sharp. That creates a C minor 7/11. No ninth. Anyway, no fifth either, actually. Sorry. You had me as a Spanish guitar player. I do play guitar as well. Not Spanish though. I'm terrible with the finger style. Carrion, no. Do I have a good East-West library for aggressive disco strings? Now, I'm not sure. I've not actually kept up with East-West for a while now. I don't remember them doing a good disco. In fact, I don't know anyone that does a good disco strings library. This is why I was just grabbed those from Splice. Yeah, most. This is the problem. Most string libraries are orchestral, and that's a completely different way of playing than disco. The orchestral way is this very flowing, what we call legato, paddy. Basically, as you would in a dance music context, how you would use them as a pad. But when you try to do fast lines with them, even if I put this on spiccato, which is attack. I can't do disco lines with this. It still sounds like, well, cello's not really the one. You want violins really, but so if I tried to do disco violins. Oh, are we still streaming or have I lost? Hello? Are we back? Did we go down there for a minute? I lost a page. My streaming page disappeared. And it said, oh, snap. Are we back? Are we back? Testing, testing. Oh, no. Oh, no, yeah. Yep. There we go. Sorry, I thought my microphone had stopped working again. But no, that's back. Whew, sorry about that. This orchestral library is clearly taking up too much RAM. But anyway, yes, I was trying to say, yeah, I can't use these for disco reliably. It still sounds like an orchestra trying to play jazzy, which is a completely different playing style. So, yes, I'm not aware of a good disco library. I just grab pre-played phrases from Splice. They just sound much better than trying to program them from a library. Oh, it never dropped, did it? Okay. Yeah, it sounds like blues scale classical violin. Nothing, yeah. I mean, that's my misunderstanding of disco as well. It doesn't really work in isolation. You have to kind of play it with the beat. But yes, I'm afraid I don't know of a good. There is a session strings for Contact, which has a what's it called? Contact session strings. It has 2 modes. It says ideal for pop, R&B, dance, and modern scores. It's a smaller. It's an 11 piece instead of, these will be probably a 30 piece string section. Orchestral, 30 to 60 even. Depends how big the symphony orchestra or the philharmonic is. They sampled. I'm trying to. I'm looking at the page. No, it doesn't say. It just says session strings 2, small 11-piece ensemble. But I tried those, thinking it would be a little bit better. I'm sure there was something in the marketing of the original version. This is version 2. I'm sure there was something in the marketing of the original which suggested it was good for disco type things, but alas, no. It can do sweeps and runs and, bends, things like that. Stuff that's usually cut out of the free libraries, like we have here. We can't get the violins to bend from one note to the other in something like BBC, the free version. So you get those. £44. No, £89. Apparently, but no. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not. If anyone does know of a good disco-capable programmable library, hit me up. Mr. Banana Bread, good question. Do I use Voicemeeter to route to Ableton or OBS? No. No. Luckily, I don't have to. I do have to do a little trick to get it to work on Discord. OBS just picks up the ASIO output. You can... I downloaded... I don't know if I had to download this separately, but there is an ASIO input for OBS I can see on my screen. You see there? ASIO input. I'm not sure if that was an additional thing I had to download, but it just works. The microphone is direct, so that's just going straight in. Now, as for Discord, ASIO does not go to Discord, so I had to... All I did, if you download FL Studio as a demo, even if you don't own the program, it doesn't matter. You can download FL Studio, and the driver that comes with that is like this strange fake ASIO driver, which converts to Windows output. And programs like Discord can hear that. So I'm going direct in on ASIO on my OBS, possibly via a plugin I downloaded. I can't remember. It's too long ago. I don't know if it natively supports it. But I don't remember having any problems. It was only Discord and things like that. Zoom, Discord. Voicemeeter will do it. I just hate the software. It's one of the most unintuitive pieces of audio software I've ever heard. And that's coming from an RME user. People hate the RME software, but Voicemeeter, yeah. I hate it. But it is capable, very flexible. But it seemed to mess up other things when I installed Voicemeeter. So, yeah, just you swap Ableton to the FL ASIO driver, and it will convert from ASIO to Windows, and other programs can see that output. Chris, what did you ask? A song by Guetta called I Remember. Guetta, not Deadmau5? I can't figure out what's layered on the piano. Any chance you could take a look? Let's have a look. Now we are already demonetized. Is it Guetta? I've never actually heard him pronounce his own name. And technically, I have worked via proxy with David Guetta at some point.
I'm doing just
I
fine
still
now,
never
it's
found
over.
This one? Becky Hill?
Moving on and living my life. But occasionally I lose composure.
Oh, it's using the 2/7 trick. Who saw my uplifting trance chord method video? Because that's this. Chords 1, 2, 3 in a minor key. How to get that chord 2 to sound not weird.
And I can get you out of
It's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, isn't it?
I could go back in time. I'd do things differently. Yeah, I wouldn't think twice. I distract myself.
Transport.
Think of someone else.
Ish.
But every now and then you remind me. It's only when I'm lying in bed on my own.
You mean here?
And I wake up and I don't see your name on my phone. To the moments where I think that I'm better alone. That's when I remember. That's when I
A bit further in the track.
every time I walk past your house in the rain.
You mean the drop or break?
You were the biggest mistake. And just when I think I'm finally doing okay, that's when I remember. That's when I remember. My friends tell me I shouldn't
I was going to say I can hear FM bass.
to the voices that glow.
That's just like the James Hype one we showed, which is
Okay,
so it was the chord. I think you're just hearing the top of the bass and possibly stop that playback. Stop the playback. Yes. So what note's that? D sharp. Let's just grab micro piano for now. It's probably fine. It sounds like yeah, that's right. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in C minor. But the 2 is not 2, it's chord 7 with 2 at the bottom. C minor trance, uplifting trance chord trick if you want to know what I'm talking about there. Anyway, yeah, the layer is most of what you're hearing is that FM bass. Exactly what we discussed earlier. It's just an octave FM. You're hearing a lot of that, but not bowed. It's you're hearing something from the top of the bass, and I think there is a mallet in there. It sounded very cigary, didn't it? I'll tell you what will help you. And it's it's a trance tab as well. It's possibly one of those 3 layers. So someone said detuned piano there. There's part of your clue that it's layered. Any piano that gets layered will automatically detune because pianos aren't pure. They aren't pure pitch, what we call concert pitch. They don't put out the same pitches as a synthesizer exactly. They are actually what's called stretch pitched. So the higher a piano goes, the sharper it goes, and the lower it goes, the flatter it goes. They're actually stretched in tune. They're not in tune with other instruments exactly. It's pretty subtle when you hear them on their own, but it's to do with getting multiple strings in tune basically, and their harmonic series. So whenever you try to layer a piano with something else, doesn't matter what it is, it will automatically detune. You'll hear that chorus. Even if you try to layer 2 pianos, you'll hear a chorusing, you'll hear a detuning. So that's just your clue that it's been layered. Or that. So yeah, I'm thinking it's you're hearing the top of the FM bass. You're hearing a housey trancey stab, which is just this kind of thing, fast. Oh. This kind of thing. We're clipping a lot. You're just hearing something up there. You can hear it in the background. They're building with it. And then possibly a mallet, like a not marimba. What am I thinking of? Xylophone? Is it? Am I thinking of a xylophone? Possibly. One of the mallets. Anyway, it's definitely not a glockenspiel. Apparently it must be a marimba because the xylophone's too high. Yeah, something like that. I'm hearing without the release though. It was either doing another thing or it was layered, but yeah, somewhere between bright piano. The piano in the intro is not the same one as the drop, by the way. So don't try and layer the intro piano sound to get the drop piano. I think it's actually two different pianos, and one's a lot more bright and artificial than the and the trance bit's just saw waves. It's just literally I say trance. A lot of people call this they call it the dead mouse pluck, don't they? Which is just a saw wave. Don't have it heavily detuned like that. Add some voices, and then give it a pluck envelope on the filter, like that. Making sure it's very fast. And that's literally all I'm talking about. It's just... I can't play the correct voicings in my right hand. Somewhere in between those octaves. But yeah, this is obviously clearly being used for... You might even add some white noise to this. Sorry, under the filter. It still needs to be through the filter. The purpose of this layer is for the... the tick, the attack. You might find a nice piano sound, but it doesn't actually have the enough attack for dance. So you could layer that behind the piano, and that would be same idea with the mallet. It's another form of adding attack, an attack tone to it. Anyway, I think it's just those four things. You've got FM bass underneath, which is stretching up into the... It's not playing chords, it's just the top end of that bass sound, playing the bass line. As I showed earlier, just FM'd on an octave. See the video on James Hype, making the James Hype bass from More Than Friends. Same thing. Just that, FM from... Something like that. Oops. Top end of that, some kind of saw, trancey pluck, and a mallet. I think that'll get you there. And a nice bright piano to swap to on the chorus. What is that vital skin? It is default modify 2. This has been the most asked question all last year. I need to thank the person who made this is called Panasonic. I found it on the Vital forums. The only reason I can remember that default modify 2 by Panasonic is because I type it every week. I need to send Panasonic some money because I am farming engagement from people asking what the Vital skin is. By the way, there's loads of great. That's his 1.5 version 2. I think is great. There's loads of great themes out there. By the way, someone's done Jedi themed ones. You've got Sith and Jedi. I quite like those. and then Serum, which looks really bland compared to the glowing ones now. But I think that one's really funny. What's happened is people have discovered that you can adjust the glow amount on these colors. If you go to what button do we hold? Here we go. If you hold Alt and go to the menu, you can do full color editing for each section. And I think the third value is the amount of glow. One of these is. I presume one's saturation. That's your color code. This is probably saturation, and then this might be glow, I think. But yeah, so that was discovered. Edit theme colors. We go back to normal. But yeah, default modify 2 by Panasonic on the Vital Theme forum. I can't remember if they call it themes or skins. You'll find it though. Thank you, Toric. You enjoy my YouTube content. Thank you. You're very welcome. Yosef, what are you asking? I would really love to know how to make melodies, not chords or progressions per se, but how to stack multiple instruments, call and response, creating atmosphere, whether instruments play the same chord. Well, that's a big question. There's about 4 questions there. So that's interesting you phrase it like that, because when I think of melody, I instantly think chords, because I don't think you can have melody without knowing what chords you are playing the melody over. Even if there's no actual chords there, you need to know what you are implying. I'll tell you, I've got a good example, actually. I still need to do this video, but the famous techno track, Rave, I've forgotten how to pronounce it already because it's not... did I not? I'm sure I have remade the melody. Let me just check this lead from... It must be old because I don't have... It's all on silent. Wowzer. Where is it all? Let's have a look. Am I? Nope. Damn, I thought I had remade Reg at some point. What's this one? Ah, here it is. So this sound isn't very good. Let me just... But let me just replace silence for a second. I just need a normal sound so I can demonstrate melody. Let's just go lower octave. I just need a plucked saw wave. Bit of release. So take this melody for example. It's in a strange time signature. We'll just ignore that for now. You don't get to these note decisions without knowing what's underneath. This track is in D. Imagine the bass is doing... let me enable 2 notes at once. Imagine the bass is doing this, which it is. This melody comes from knowing what chords you want to imply. So these are all notes from D minor. This is a passing note. This note is not in D minor. It doesn't matter that you don't know this yet. Just understand the principle that these note choices come from a chord. So it's more like knowing the chord first, and then when we swap this tone, hear how it changes flavor. This reach up here, this is now a new chord that we're trying to paint. This would be a C major chord, right? And then this one, this is an A major chord. So you don't get these note choices without understanding that even though the bass line doesn't move in this track, this melodies is so renowned and cool, not just because it's in a weird time signature and kind of hypnotic, confusing. It's the mood it paints by implying chords is key to its comprehensibility, in my opinion. So you don't this doesn't make any sense if it's not based on chords. So when someone says how to make melodies, I would say no chords first. And if you extrapolate that one more, you don't know chords first without knowing scales. So you have to know scales, then understand what chords go within that scale, and then your melody is some kind of painting over the top of that canvas, if you like. So let's do a basic example. Again, it depends on mood, genre. I've got the thing already up here. I'm just going to use it. I need to finish this track, so I loaded it up. First of all, before anything happens, I just need to gate this appalling kick drum. I'm just going to use STFU for now. All right, it's just going to really annoy me. Right. Let's write a melody for this track. We have no chords. It's all on one note bass. Technically 2 notes, but these are an octave. What note is that? F. I'm going to mute this stab. This stab is only playing 2 notes, an F and a C. So again, there's no actual... the reason I mention this is because there's still no chord here. The bit of the chord that's missing is the middle note. This is just what I call an open chord or a 5th chord. Notes 1 and 5, an F and a C. So the reason this is important is this track is neither minor, which would be this note, or major, which would be this note. So at the moment, this track has no scale other than it is in something of F. We just know it's F something. So if I'm going to write a melody on this, let's just use this piano. Let me throw an echo on it so it doesn't sound completely dry. Delay, delay, delay. Oh, and reverb, why not, while we're here. I need to go back to your full question. I would really love to know how to make melodies, not chords or progressions per se. How to stack multiple instruments. Okay, that's a separate thing. Call and response. Okay, that comes under melody. Creating atmosphere. That's another thing. And whether instruments play the same chords. Right, okay. So that's... Yeah, I think there's 5 questions there. So let's tackle melody and call and response. Some would argue that good melodies all include some form of call and response, and that doesn't have to be between instruments. That can be between note selection. So I did cover this in, look up my melody video. So this will do. Let's call this the, let's call it that, the children piano. Now, I'm not going to say we're going to write the best melody in the world, but let me give you some principles. I'm going to choose F minor, which is... Actually, let's not even learn the notes of F minor. Let's do it the easy way. So, all the white notes from A are a minor scale. There's all your 7 notes, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, right? If you don't know F minor, let me just stop that from playing back. If you don't know the notes of F minor, we just change our A to F, and now these are all the notes of F minor. So I didn't have to learn the scale of F minor. So I'm going to put these to one side. I'm choosing F minor, so those are my note choices. If you know how to build a chord, this is why chords are important. Chord is press 1, miss 1, press 1, miss 1, press 1. So in the scale of F minor, chord 1 in F minor, which is all we need because our bass is just playing F. There's no chords in this track. There's no chord progression, should I say. There's just this bass line holding an F. So if I want to do something F minor on this, I'm essentially implying chord 1, F. I can imply others as well, but let's just take chord 1 for an example. So it's miss 1, press 1, miss 1, press 1, like that. So that would be chord 1 in F minor, the F minor chord itself. So I can make a melody. My first simple attempt at a melody is something with those 3 notes. And again, we can swap octaves. We don't have to use just these 3. I can choose, for example, this octave here. I'm just literally pressing random. I'm on a 16th grid. I'm pressing random things here. Literally going to click in a bunch of this. This is my first melody. Sorry, whoops. That would have been Phrygian, not minor. F sharp. So sounds okay. Is it catchy? Not sure. We need to go into the definition of what makes a catchy melody. And some would define that as something that people could sing. Can you sing? Maybe. It's a little bit too jumpy for a human voice. So some would argue what makes a strong melody and a catchy melody, one that's singable, is notes that can bridge between each other, what we call passing notes. So I might get rid of this jump, for example, and then just put the notes from the scale in between these notes. Maybe bridge this one. Pretty strong. But we only know this because we started with F minor, and then we got these extra notes from bridging between, right? So that's how to create a basic melody. And I would say this is quite hummable. It's fast. Whatever. Yeah, it's kind of singable. And if we want that to be catchy, we can't deviate from it for too long. So we have to repeat in order for people to get used to this melody. This is more like an arpeggio, I would argue, than a melody, but it's a kind of melody. I'm going to put a sidechain on. So imagine that's my melody for the track. How do I strengthen it? So I might pick every other one to alter. So we have question, answer, question, answer. There's all kinds of formats you can do this with. You could go question, 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 answer, or question, answer, or question, question, answer, answer. Doesn't really matter. You try all formats. I'm going to try every other as my first My first instinct is I'm going to raise this one every other time. So we have a question, answer, question, answer. It's got some kind of structure. So there's an idea of those are your basics of creating melodies. Know what chords they're based on. If it's not very singable and it's supposed to be catchy, then try and bridge some gaps. And then your question and answer technique is repeat but change some things. It's kind of, that's a super simplified version of it. But in a nutshell, that's your beginnings to melodies. Now, if the chords are changing underneath, you have to be wary of that. So if I know the bass line, for example, changes, maybe we stay on F for 2, and then this bass line goes to, let's say chord 4, which would be B flat. I need to do both basses, don't I? Sorry. Now, I already know this, but you could just find out by doing this again. Look at these notes. 1, 2, 3, 4. A sharp, B flat, same thing. So imagine the bass is going between. Whoops, I've got a subtrack there which isn't changing. I'll just mute that for now. But imagine that's your bass line change. Now it sounds okay because it happens to be that most of the notes from chord 1 will work over chord 4. See my 164 chord any melody video. It's called Chord Any Melody for beginners, I think. But if you wanted to be super pedantic, you could say, well, what is the notes of chord 4? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Press 1, miss 1. Press 1, miss 1, press 1. Oops. So that is chord 4 in F minor. So it's got an A sharp, a C sharp, and an F in it. So you could maybe, when it swaps over here, maybe this C sharp and A sharp now, maybe this is what fits the, this has got most of the notes of chord 4 in it now. C sharp, A sharp, F. So you might do that. That would be, again, you need to know what's going on underneath, what chords. Even if there's no actual chords there, then that bass is implying 1 and 4 in F of some kind. I could make this F major, F minor. You have to pick one because everything has to be kind of cohesive. But so that's your basics of melodies. Now, you don't have to have the same instrument play both. So you can have one instrument play this, like a synth stab, and then maybe this would be a string, something like that. Your call and answer doesn't have to be on the same instrument. You might make it more of an. You could accent the fact that two things are question answer bouncing off each other by changing the instrument or changing the sound and somewhat. So there's no rules there. That's just up to you. Maybe the reference you're referencing does it, or maybe it's just something you want to try in your track to make yourself different from the reference. There's no rules there. It doesn't matter. Stacking multiple instruments is a different question. That's a layering question. We actually answered a little bit of that just earlier when Chris asked what the piano was in that David Guetta track, what was being layered with, and I said it was layered with a spiky mallet or synth or both. And the reason they've layered that is because the piano probably didn't have enough attack, and that's one of the main reasons for layering. Ideally, your sound should just be strong enough. You shouldn't have to inherently layer things to get a good sound. This goes back to that thing I always say in my videos about just sound selection at the beginning should be good enough that you don't have to do much to it at all. The reason you would layer something is because the original sound isn't providing you something specific. So it could be attack, in which case you could layer in, it could be anything. It could be, like we saw, a synth stab. It could simply just be a tiny bit of white noise on a very, very short envelope, like a tick. You could layer that in. You could layer in a different instrument on that's got a different flavor. So everyone always likes to layer piano and strings, for example, in pop. And the reason you would do that is if you want to hold a, we've got our strings already loaded here, haven't we? Let's just use these for now. Let's grab cellos again. Let's put them both on. So the reason you might layer piano and strings is because the piano decays over time. It dies, right? Whereas the strings, they carry on. They're like a pad. So you end up with a string sound that's got a lot of attack. You've got a pad which has got a nice accent at the beginning. Too low. So those are a nice complement. If you need more sustain on your piano or more attack on your strings, try a piano or anything with those properties. It could be a synth, a stabby synth. Doesn't have to be a piano. Well, the principle is, why are you layering? So in this case, it's because you need a different sound property, but you don't want to actually change the sound completely. So we layer for that reason. Another reason to layer would be what else would you layer for? Oh, well, tonal reasons, obviously. The strings, the piano is bright, the strings are dull. So different tonal properties in terms of frequencies, not just attack, decay, etc., etc. Other main reasons for layering, octaves. You could add a different layer. For example, if I wanted to strengthen this, if it turned out the piano was the main sound in this track, maybe we get to the second drop and I need to elevate somehow. And there's not really a lot I can do to a piano. I can't really add lots of distortion. I can't open its filter because it's not a synth. I could EQ it differently maybe, but if I want to elevate this sound in the second drop, maybe I would add a second one and then have it play exactly the same thing but one octave up. And maybe I would EQ the upper octave to be a lot brighter. Or maybe I would add a lot more reverb to that octave, or chorus, or something to basically give some more hype. So that would be a reason I would layer the sound. What else? That's about all I can think of, really. But you need to know why you're layering. Obviously experiment. By all means experiment, because it's nice to find if you find combinations of things that work together. And you'll also find, analyzing other people's tracks, you'll find what they're layering as well, like we just discovered earlier. But it all depends on lots of things. Like, I can't layer this melody with a string as it is, because the string sound is not fast enough. There's not enough attack on these strings. So that would be a bad layer. You do get something, but the spiccato layer, which is attack. Now that might be a nice layer, because it matches the piano and it's fast enough for the melody. Or maybe this is the thing that gets layered an octave up. Oh, sorry, I've chosen cellos, haven't I? This needs to be violins up there, but bad panning position. But yeah, there's no real rules. You just have to know why you want to layer, is my answer to that, really. If your sound isn't working, then I wouldn't keep throwing layers at it until it does. I would always go back to find a different sound at its core until one sound alone layers. One sound alone is working in your track. Make sure that works first. Don't try and fix things with layers, just like you shouldn't fix things with effects like EQs and reverbs and things. If it's not working alone, then change the sound at its core, but know why you're. Then you'll know why you're layering, because it's just for enhancement. Anyway, yes, I think that's all my thoughts. There's nothing wrong with layering to add flavor And as you said in your original question, atmosphere. That might be the one way you get towards atmosphere. Atmosphere for me is everything of the track. That's not a simple answer. The scale you're in creates the atmosphere, creates the mood of the track, the actual musicality of it, your chord choices within that scale. Your groove, is it a chill groove? Is it a intense groove? Blah, 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 blah. All of that affects atmosphere. Obviously effects, like how dry, how wet is the song overall, amount of reverb. Harmony choices are using suspensions, sevenths, extensions, that kind of thing. That can affect atmosphere versus not using those. I can't answer your question on that. How to create atmospheres is a million options there, just on arrangement alone and sound choice, scale choice, musical choices. Obviously, adding noise layers like vinyl, crackle. There's ways to create atmosphere. Anyway. What's getting asked here? Let's have a look. Hopefully that helps anyway. Joseph. Bit of a big question. Lots of questions in one. Peyton. You can assume the implied chords if the bass note stays on the root. Yes. Or as I showed on where did I change the chords? Let me undo that. So we just got the. So I might choose to imply chord 6 while the bass is still running on 1. This is still possible. I'm assuming because the bass is on 1 that chord 1 is implied, and that's going to be obviously the strongest choice, and we can just take that information and run with it, and that's all we have to do is base our arpeggios or melodies around chord 1. Done. What I was showing with the Ray track was how to paint different chords when the bass doesn't move. So I could purposely go to chord 6, which would be these notes, for example. I'm going to keep the rhythm, so it still sounds like part of the melody. These are most of the notes of chord 6. Oops, sorry. Let's just do that, something like that. I have completely ignored the rhythm. Sorry, that should be nearer the rhythm. So it's not a strong melody, but the principle of implying a different chord, you can hear the shift here. What we're actually implying is this chord, which would be chord 6 in F minor, starting on the C sharp. I'm trying to imply that chord, so I'm employing F, C sharp, G sharp. And you can hear the mood shift, the tonal shift, even though the bass isn't. When the bass doesn't shift, by the way, that's called a pedal tone. There are a few tracks that use this. So yeah, that would be an example of using a melody based on the chords you are intending to imply, even if there's no actual chords in an actual chord track underneath. It's just bass, piano here. We're implying chord 1, chord 6. Reg also includes chord 5. You can force chord 5 over, which would be something like this. Okay, not the best example of a melody, but you can hear the mood shift. That desperately needs to resolve. Yeah, you can't leave that hanging on chord 7, but sorry, chord 5. That would be a major chord 5, by the way. Sorry, that would imply harmonic minor. See my video on garage chord tricks if you want to learn about harmonic minor. But yeah, hopefully that makes sense. Tom, thanks for your tips releasing my songs. I have released 3 songs on DistroKid. Brilliant. And having a blast. Well done, mate. Well done. That's the first battle, finishing tracks and getting them out there for all to criticize. It's a brave move. And ultimately why people don't release is it comes down to fear. So well done. Well done. That's an interesting question. Daniel Vanderbilt. Danielle, I'm not sure how the accents affect the pronunciation of your name there. Sorry. Does the volume level of your audio interface stroke mixing panel impact the size of distortion you hear? Or does a louder volume not increase or create distortion? It shouldn't do. It depends on the behavior of the software, your DAW, more than the Obviously, if you're recording in, you have a record level. I presume you're talking about output level and how it would clip, like I clip at 0. And it shouldn't affect that at all. What comes out of your master channel on your DAW basically is direct to your sound card's driver, and then it handles that independently. So depending on the structure of your monitoring, for example, if I show my RME here, can I get it on screen? Oh, there we go. Right, so you can see my microphone coming in on the top. And then my speaker send is, well, I've got my speakers turned off right now. This is my headphone send. So the way I work is my speakers are physically on what unity gain, which is effectively 0. They're at almost full volume. And then the interface governs the volume to the speakers. So I'm not working. What would be really loud in my room would be like -30. Let me swap outputs here. So I monitor it what would be like -40 in my room typically, and that's still plenty loud. I don't go much above that, so I'm nowhere near the limits of the resolution of the software inside the RME. If I was at 0, I'm presuming most manufacturers would include some kind of headroom. I don't think this would clip at 0. I've never actually tested it, to be honest. That's a good question. But either way, the two things should be independent. They shouldn't affect one another. If you're hearing clipping and your DAW is not clipping, then you may have clipping elsewhere in your chain, like the output of your sound card software. You might be pushing that too hard. I would do it the other way around. I would turn the speakers up and feed less level, provided that doesn't create a ton of noise, of course. Again, depends on the resolution and quality of your interface. You might not be able to do that. But no, the outputs of your sound card should not affect the output of your DAW. One goes into the other. It's DAW first, then sound card. Audio interface, sorry. I'm old-fashioned. We still call them sound cards. Cameron, going to try do a track a month for 2025. Excellent. January is done, and one is out on DistroKid. Brilliant. Well done, well done. Yes, see if you can get that done for a whole year. It's very hard to keep a schedule in a creative field like music, and that's the second hurdle. The first hurdle is finishing things. The second hurdle is becoming consistent at finishing things, and then the third hurdle in 2026 is, can you make them all fit under one narrative stroke brand stroke identity? That's you'll end up there next, hopefully, and you should be progressing nicely. Yes, we're live every. It's the last Sunday of the month, except if Christmas falls close. we didn't do one last month. No brand for monitors, personal taste. What am I reading here? Techno Assassin. Are you replying to someone else? All right, yeah. Yes, your room is a massive factor. I went from extreme. The first monitors I could afford were tannoy reveals, which were active tannoy reveals. So they were about £400, and I always struggled with them. Never liked them. Very hard to define details in the high frequencies, and very crowded in the mid range. Not a lot of bass. And that was actually the cheapest monitor available back in the early noughties, if I remember rightly. That's all. It was either those or Elysis, I think, is the only two monitors anyone could afford. This is before the Chinese Revolution, as I'm going to call it. So it was before things were discovered to be a lot cheaper to be made in China. So a lot of British products, German, American, etc. So the cheapest speakers you could buy were 400 active. I'm pretty sure that was about I think Yamaha were doing the S5s as well, but they were terrible, those early ones. Anyway, I eventually I started working at the music shop, and I had staff discounts and a lot of savings. I eventually saved up for my Adams, which I still have today, P33s, which were 1,800. I think was the bill, minus staff discount, which was a few £100, I think. Might have got them for 1,600, 1,500. Anyway, big jump up. They sounded incredible in the tests that I did in the shop, and I got them home. I put them up, and they sounded exactly the same as the tannoys. And that's because of the room. What you're hearing is mostly room. So this is why I always advise anyone who's thinking about upgrading their monitors. I always say, spend equal amounts on your environment versus your speakers. So if you're going to spend £1,000 on studio monitors, budget another £1,000 for your room. And if you can't afford that, then do it the other way. Go 500, because you will just not see the benefits of. It's surprising how little difference there is between vast speaker ranges in bad rooms. Sort the room out first, and try not to do it with foam. Foam's pretty bad. Stefan, you've got HS8s. Against the wall. Yes, that's hard. Eights are very boomy, aren't they? Especially against a wall. You have to be very careful with your kick drum length perception on HS8s against a wall. They're not rear ported, are they? Are they front ported HS8s these days? I can't remember. But if they're rear ported, you're in a lot of trouble. Yeah, be careful of judging kick drum length on HS8s. They tend to be quite boomy down there, especially in corners of rooms that aren't treated. Luckily my Adams are rear ported, so front ported, and quite silent with it, so especially at the levels I work at. What I did to improve my room was invest heavily in a company. No, I didn't invest in the company. I invested in treatment by a company called Real Traps, which at the time we're one of the only companies making sound treatment out of membrane and membrane traps and rock wool type material, which is far more effective than foam. So yeah, I have basically lots of these. I have them around me now as we speak. At my home studio, which isn't purpose built for mixing or anything. This is just my little corner of the room studio. I've got some KRKs, VXT6s, on little isolation stands above the desk, IKEA desk. And then all around me is rock wool traps by Real Traps, covering as much possible surrounding me as possible. And that's it's not ideal. I still have to do a lot of work on headphones while I'm here at home. And then I have the privilege of being able to take it to the studio to double check if I missed anything. Usually I just check the subs at the studio because I've done this for so long now that obviously I'm used to it. Between my HG25 Sennheisers headphones and my little setup with the KRKs and the Real Traps, I can usually judge it now because I've done it for so many years. And then I'll have to take either do a lot of listening with the club toilet test, lots of isolate filtering, or I will double check at the studio if it's super important. Because I've got the Adams 12-inch sub there, and it's a fully floated. The whole room is floating in my in the studio. Every corner is absolutely packed with rock wool. It's like a diamond-shaped room, and every corner has got tons of bass treatment, and the whole room is floating. So it's nice. No egg boxes, unfortunately. No, I'm past that point. Was I ever on that point? I don't think I ever liked the sound of egg boxes. I did have a friend that tried it though, and I think we poo-pooed that idea quite fast. It was egg boxes sound like egg boxes. The principle is sound because they do form a diffuse pattern. The problem is that they're thin enough to resonate at their own frequency, so you just you literally get the definition of a boxy room. $300 gets you IK room correction. Oof. I wouldn't recommend it though. It doesn't correct your room at all. It EQs your speakers for one listening position. To stop the room resonating at its natural resonances. So the frequencies that were in your music are now no longer there to judge because of your room being problematic at those frequencies. So then if it's EQ'd out of your speakers, you can no longer judge them from your speakers. That's the problem with the treatment software. It's fine for a check, but it's not a solution. I mean, if it's all you've got in a bad room and you don't have any room to treat the room, like maybe it's a rented property and you can't. I mean, this is a rented property I've got in. It's all hanging off picture hooks, or I've got stands for them so that I can what they call gobo stands, 4 foot by 2 foot, I think they are. So they're freestanding off the floor, and then I've got ones hung on picture hooks at various angles. If you can't if you can't afford the how much are Rockwell traps these days? I know it's come down a lot since I bought mine. But yes, 300 on the treatment software, still a lot, considering I don't find it. It's not a solution is the problem. It's a temporary band-aid, and it's very dangerous for judging sound because, like I say, it EQs it out of the speakers. It doesn't fix your room. If your room has a natural resonant mode at 110 hertz, so every song in A sounds like the bass notes are twice as long as they really are, and then the software EQs out 110 hertz as a notch to stop your room resonating, then it's going to sound like every track you do in A, the bass notes are too quiet in that octave. They won't ring anymore, but the balance will be gone. So it's not a great solution. I suppose if you're aware of what the limitations are and you just use it to check, then maybe it's fine. The problem is, in general, is low. Techno Assassin is talking to Stefan about this. Yeah, the problem is the lows. Low frequencies are several feet long when you get down to your 60 hertz, 50 hertz. They are very, very, very long waveforms. The only way to truly treat them, membrane traps are good. Helmholtz resonator traps are good, but they're kind of specialist, and you have to tune them to the room. So that's when you're getting into studio building stuff. But you can get membrane traps, which are resonant like what we used to use back in the day was lead loaded vinyl. If you hang a lead loaded vinyl mass, it would vibrate in sympathy with the resonant modes, and it would absorb that out of the room. Because if you tried to do the same thing with foam, you would need a foam trap, which was literally 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 feet deep, huge things in the corners, and most people don't have the room for those. Rockwool is better, does have a better absorption coefficient than foam, far more. But if you combine layers of air gaps, membrane resonant loads, and absorption materials like Rockwool or equivalents, you can get some pretty good performance. But usually the corners is where you'll have to go, because that's where the lows will build naturally. But some people just don't have the room or the layout of the room to be able to do that. So I understand why you would recommend the IK thing, but you definitely need to know. You definitely need to know the limitations of what that can and can't do. I would just recommend better headphones over the IK software personally, or the SonarWorks software. In fact, if you want, you can actually build your own traps for cheap using towels. It's the most cost-effective and performance-effective way to do it. There's a YouTube channel called, I think it's DIY Perks. He built his own and did a bunch of tests. And the best performing ones for the cheapest were effectively 2x4 traps with just basically towels sandwiched in there inside of porous material. Cloth either side of towels, folded up towels. So I would do that first. You can build those for very cheap. I can't remember what the cheapest way to build the frame was. I'm not much of a DIYer, but it wasn't very specialist. Right. Okay. So off-topic question by Cactus. Cactus? I ask about it. Guy from Disclosure, I need to ask you, can you mix your track with headphones? The eternal question. I'd say yes. Yeah, I've done it before. Obviously, it's not ideal. It's not, but it is possible, yes. I think it's possible. But the problem is, I'm saying, yes, it's possible to mix with headphones because I've been doing this for so many years, and I have the privilege of being able to check, get feedback from playing it in a real club. I can go to my studio and I've listened to it there, and obviously I have a half decent setup at home with my traps and my KRKs. So I know what when I hear stuff on my headphones now, I have an inkling as to how it will behave in the real world because I have chance to check those things. Now, for someone who's only experienced, they've only ever been able to work on headphones for whatever reason, budget, environment, etc. If you literally only have headphones, is it possible to mix on headphones without knowing? I'd say it's still possible. It's just a much longer journey of trial and error. At some point, you still have to try it on other systems. I think I know more people have done them now, but the things like the Slate headphones that have the software. There's a very what they called. There's a very cheap alternative by what are they called? Let me think. There's I can picture their interfaces. They're all very square, simple interfaces for their plugins. For some reason, I'm getting bees or wasps in the name. Oh, I know they make a pitch detection plugin. Let me see what comes up if I can see the Hornet. Is it Hornet? Is that a plugin brand? It is, isn't it? I'm not going mad. Yes, Hornet plugin. So they've just done a thing called VHS, which is a headphone plugin for very cheap. Let me have a quick look here. They've got one of those websites which claims things are always on. The sale is just about to run out in 2 hours. I don't like when they do that because it's obviously a scam. But I've used some of their other plugins. It's pretty good. But the concept, I've not tried this plugin yet, but it's very good. It's called Hornet VHS. So let's bring this up. Hopefully you can see my screen. What they've done is there's a headphone EQ standard or calibration standard, shall we call it, out there called the Harman curve, which you may hear talked about a lot. It's kind of an idealized calibration curve for headphones. Some people have been collecting the natural curves of headphones for a long time. They've almost as an impulse response. And there are published EQ curves out there you can put on your headphones to make them behave as per the Harman standard, which helps some people, doesn't help others. I've never actually used it or needed to because I've already used my HD25s for about 20 years now. So just know them absolutely inside out. But this plugin has collected all that information in one place. You can choose your brand of plugin and it will, your brand of headphones, and it will add the correction curve to the Harman standard. And then you can also model a room to be within. so that your headphones behave more like a room, and you can select from all kinds of different speakers and test your track on millions of thousands of different environments. So I love plugins like this. I've not used this one in particular, but it's only €11 is one thing. It's not £400 like the Slate headphones is. I know the Slate headphones is an integrated hardware solution, so it's going to be better from start to finish as a process. But what this does in general, even if this is not accurate, what this lets you do is try lots of different outcomes. What I call shocking the ears. Like if you try listening to your track on, if you're not regulars to the channel, you might not know what the club toilet test is, but you may have done this before. You may have been listening to a song on your phone. Let's call this a phone speaker. If you do this for like 1 or 2 minutes, and you get used to this sound, you get used to judging. Oh, that's the Vengeance loops we were listening to earlier. Sorry. That melody's okay, isn't it? If you get used to this for 1 or 2 minutes, when you finally listen to the original sound, things happen with your brain and ear's calibration, because your ear tries to normalize to any particular environment. It takes about 20 minutes overall to normalize to something. But if you get used to like a phone speaker for too long, and then you listen to your main speakers, it makes it sound like your main speakers have got no mid-range. Like if you listen to this for too long, you suddenly think that this sounds like a big smiley curve. Like, it sounds like to me now, it sounds like someone's done this to the master. What you call the smiley curve. So going from that for too long to the natural sound sounds more like that to me. And that's because the ears have been shocked, and anything that lets you shock your ears several times an hour, I would say at least every 20 minutes you need to do this. This is how you calibrate your ears over what true sound is. Because if you imagine your speakers or your headphones as just one window into a house, and inside the house is true sound, but we just have one tiny window, and when we're peering through the window, we can only see one side of the truth, right? We can't see. It's in the kitchen somewhere, and we can only see through the front of the house, and we can see a little bit to the back of the kitchen. And the truth is all the way back there, and we don't know what the truth is, but we can see a little bit of it. And that window is our headphones, right? So that's all we know. If you can peer through as many other windows as possible until you can fully picture the truth as an average, I think plugins like that let you test that kind of thing. So you could try it on some virtual car speakers, phone, laptop, club. And even, like I say, even if it's not that accurate, the fact that the sheer change up of character alone should help your ears start to calibrate with some kind of average as to what the truth really is. And these kind of things, I think this would make this would both help your ear education and help would make mixing on headphones more plausible. I'm never going to say it's going to be easy, but this type of plugin also helps combat the fact that headphones are not stereo, because this will put you in a stereo environment with virtual walls, where the left ear can hear the right ear, etc. Whereas if you listen to headphones normally, Harman curve or not, you're still listening in a binaural format. The left ear can never hear the right signal, which is binaural. It's not stereo. So mixing on headphones is always a problem for stereo in that for that reason. So you would still need a virtual room for that reason. Or if you want a cheap alternative, Chris from Air Windows has built a plugin called Cans, which simulates a room for headphone listeners. That's for free. So yes, in other words, Cook, we have to peer into people's windows, or else we'll everything won't sound true. I hope you understand the analogy, though. So, yeah, is it possible to mix on headphones? Possible, easy? Absolutely not. Oh, Allegria's got the Slate VSX. How do you find them? Hopefully, I said your name right. Allegria. There's lots of ways you could put the emphasis on that name. Allegria. Del Mundo tells me you are... Is that Italian? I'm not sure. I could point to... I'm quite good with countries on a map, so I could point out most of the 196 countries on a map for you. I know where they are. I know their names. I could probably tell you their flags in many cases. I'll certainly spot them in a quiz. But as for the actual structure of language and where names are from, I am terrible. And especially pronunciation. So, actually, speaking of free plugins, I've just had another... I've just had a flashback. Yes, there we go. So, if you can't afford €11 for the Hornet one, and you want to try out the Principle, this is an old plugin by Tone Boosters. I've just remembered this exists. ISO 1. So this will put you... I'm on headphones now, so this will put your sound in a stereo virtual environment. You can choose the angle of your speakers, either side of your head or right down the middle. T60, the reverb of the room. How diffused your early reflections are. And the size of the room. So this was using HRTFs. That they're called head-related transfer functions. I don't know if anyone still uses HRTFs. Head-related transfer functions are, you can think of them as like convolution for ear shapes. They measured a bunch of ears, their internal shapes via, putting microphones inside virtual heads, and took samples from all around the head in a 360-degree fashion, and that's kind of like your impulse map, like an impulse reverb would work. So effectively, you're being transported inside someone else's head via these HRTF functions. Now, obviously, they don't really work that well because your ears are not going to be the same as the ones that were measured. So this is just kind of like an average, and it lets you choose the size of the ears in a strange way to see if you can make it sound natural to you. Sorry, this is the ear size. This is the how intense the HRTF convolution thing is. I don't know, but head size, so that's how big your baffle is. Because one of the reasons stereo is very different to binaural is not only does our left ear hear the right speaker, that's very hard to say. When in a real stereo environment, obviously our left ear can hear what's going on our right, but it is heavily compromised by our head itself, because our head actually absorbs high frequencies, which is why low frequencies sound more 3D than high frequencies, because once the waveform goes bigger than our head, both ears will hear the vibration. Whereas extremely high frequencies, our right ear cannot hear what's coming from the left, etc., because the head blocks it. I think it cuts off starts to tail off about 5,000 kilohertz. 5 kilohertz, I mean, if I remember rightly, but obviously it's a strange shape. But yes, if you want to, there's presets for this. If you want to test this principle for free, anyway, there's a laptop, a very bad laptop. Obviously, this plugin was made before the MacBook, before laptops actually started to get reasonable bass. That sounded more like a laptop. Anyway, sorry to go so long on the one question, but yes, there we go. Headphone mixing options for you. Never going to be easy. I did build one into Ableton Rack. Sorry, yes. I built the debinauralizer, which is a very, very crude. How did I spell it? There it is. Yeah, it's just a very crude. You'll see the attempt in here trying to mimic the ears. So, yeah, this is a very, very rough equivalent of what the opposite ear cannot hear. So you hear a lot less highs in the opposite ear. So it's basically just that fed back into the opposite ear as a form of crosstalk with a little bit of delay, because obviously it takes time for one ear to hear the other signal, and a tiny bit of room reverb to put you in some kind of space, just using Ableton's own. Just to take you out of that binaural thing, but it's nowhere near as effective as those other plugins. Or Chris from Air Windows is one. So, anyone else sick of this melody yet? Good. I'm going to delete that. So my manager sent me an email saying, urgent, finish this track. I don't know why. I think it's going next on the release. We are pretty militant trying to get 3 tracks out a week. Or should I say 3 ideas? Because I wouldn't exactly call all of my output a full track, but I certainly like to get something out there. So this is an old track. I'm not sure how many years ago I made this. It's a French Kiss. It's a tribute to French Kiss, if you can't already hear that. I can already hear it's way too slow. I want that to be for starters. And the kick drum is awful. So I need to fix the kick drum. I need to make a 2-minute arrangement, because that's the one we always put out first for legal reasons. And apparently it's urgent. So I was going to do that during the stream. So if you're wondering why this track is up here, I may or may not finish it while we talk. Depends how many questions come through. What did Sonny ask? Could you tell us about how one can progress towards finding one's sound signature? Time. I think. Time. I'm not actually the best person to ask on this, because I don't really have much of a sound signature myself. Well, as you can tell, I'm not one of the most successful music artists. I mean, enough to make a living, but so I can't. But that's more to do with the fact that I've never really concentrated on developing one specifically on purpose. But it would be easy to do for me. Oh my God, I've got a saturator on the kick drum. Oh, look what I've done. That's what the envelope follow was for. Sorry, I will be ADHD distracted between this track and answering your questions. Do bear with me, sorry. I just spotted bass saturator on the kick drum and instantly filled myself with dread. But why have I done that? I'll go into the kick drum later. It's terrible. So, yeah, in terms of developing your own signature, so this comes from, it just comes from personal taste. So my advice usually goes in this order. While you're starting your first kind of, let's call it your first 2 to 10 years of developing your skills and your, your initial learning periods during all those years. I think the fastest way, I don't think everyone shares this opinion, but I think the fastest way to develop your ear training, and other than obviously purposely doing courses of ear training, things like that, but I think one of the fastest ways is to try to remake your favorite tracks. Reference. Always be referencing something, even if you're not trying to recreate something. So many years of doing that, you will find things. Obviously, you'll start to hear traits in sound and how to understand sound itself better. And you'll start to understand, based on what you've seen work in the real world versus what you're hearing, you'll start to develop a knowledge of what audiences resonate with what sounds. So that gives you, you start to build a database of, an opinion of what appears to be good sound based on evidence, right? So, and then over time, you will develop things that you just prefer. So I do this all the time. If I was to develop a signature sound of my own right now, if I was to decide to make a brand to release some music out, obviously my expertise is in dance music for the last decade. So it would probably be some form of house kind of brand. But what I would do to bring my own signature to it would be layer in my harmonic preferences, which aren't normal to dance music. So whether it be classical music like Holst's Planets, one of my favorite works of all time. I don't know if you know this tune. Do I have it on? No, I don't. Right. So the first track from Holst's Planets is called Mars, Bringer of War. This is inherent to my being. This is something I, at my core, have loved for a lot of my adult musical life. So I know it intensely. It sounds like this. Oh, it's going to be very quiet, isn't it? Very quiet. Right. Well, this is orchestral music for it. It's very dynamic. Let me go to a loud bit. Here we go. I love it. Right. You might recognize it. It was written in the 1914 to 1917 kind of era, the war. And it's in 5, it's not in 4. So my idea of making a signature sound would be implement some of my favorite elements from my favorite music into this genre that I found myself being an expert in recently, which is dance music. So maybe I would do a techno track in 5 that uses this motif. And maybe it would have chords like, and it would sound nothing like techno music, but it would be my thing. It would be something I would like to try and do. And maybe I would make an entire brand around that. I mean, don't mention the war. Yes. Hello, Saltron. So that would be my idea of adding something of my signature to it. It's just personal taste, something I would like to do. Would it work? I don't know. And that's the thing with art or music in general. You're going to have to get used to accepting that you don't know if it will work, and that is not a negative. It's the fact that you don't know that means it might be the next big thing, because no one has done it before, right? So that's the scary bit, the limbo in between experimentation and success. You have to do that bit. You have to suffer that unknown, that fear of the unknown, in order to make those kind of jumps. So it might fail, it might be huge, who knows? But that I would try that for a few years, doing maybe putting, not necessarily just classical, but maybe rock. Because there's certain genres of rock use the same principle. Odd time signatures. I've always wanted to do some kind of mashup between either Tool or a band like Sugar, which are like very mathematical, odd time signature type bands. I'd love to try and take some of their more catchier riffs and place them in a dance context, see if that would work. That would be a kind of, it's just based on my personal taste. So yeah, but that just develops over time. When I'm referencing a track, when I'm doing my plots, for example, I will, like recently I was doing some row minimal stuff. You heard it in one of the recent videos, actually, the arrangement video. So, yeah, so I got a couple of, I was listening to a few row minimal sets online, and I found the playlists, and I basically just took the tracks that I liked the most and then referenced those. And inherently, if you do that enough with enough genres over enough time, you will develop your own thing, because you will average out all the things you like from your heroes, and you will develop your own taste. Where was the other one? Yeah, so here's an example of. So I found an artist called, I presume this is pronounced Lichtblau, German maybe, and that sounds like this. And that's almost me, directly ripping them off. Sorry, I don't know if it's he, she, other. That's me doing my best impression of them. It's not legally the same. That's my own bass line. In fact, I don't think it's their arrangement, but the idea of the pad and the bass and the skippy percussion. Super chill. I love it. So that was kind of stage 2 of my row minimal. And then the third thing I did was, this is me injecting my own tastes into minimal. I don't know if this is technically row minimal, because I'm not sure if this is Romanian anymore, if it's just minimal. But so this is me after this idea going, well, can I use some of these sounds to do a polymeter thing? So odd time signature arpeggios or bass lines but with, because it's basically techno, right? It's chill techno, and it is this minimal stuff. So I'm not saying this is accurate minimal. In trying to copy it and maybe getting it wrong, I might have automatically created my own signature. Who knows? Because it's through my own lens, my own filter, right? So there's that. But yeah, the third attempt was me actually doing something I wanted to do in this style. So the bass line is in 6. And then later on, I add an arpeggio, which is going round in 7 over a 4/4 drum beat. So it's 6 over 7 over 4. 3 different time signatures, what they call polymeter. 3 different meters going on at the same time. It sounds like that. So I don't know if anyone has done this before. But that's an example of something I like that I've injected. I've crowbarred into another genre. I don't know if minimal deserves polymeter, as in that might just suddenly make me very untrendy with the raw minimal crowd. Who knows? It might be too musical for techno. But yeah, Hendrix gets it right. Throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. Or as me and my manager like to say, what is it? Bucket, wall, chuck it, fuck it. You put some stuff in a bucket, chuck it at the wall, see what sticks. Bucket, wall, chuck it, fuck it. So, yes, try stuff and try not to be scared. Hopefully that makes sense. The phrase is not trademarked. You may use it at your pleasure. Right. I saw Julian ask, was it Julian? What's the difference between sidechain and volume automation? Anyway, Sonny, I hope that answered your question, Sonny. But yes, just be decisive. This is all Rick Rubin did. Just be decisive about what you like. Take what you like, reject what you don't, and add that to your own sound, and then try things. Sorry, before I answer Julian, I do want a very quick separate rant on originality. Because if you heard truly original music, like very, very, very original music, it sounds like literally nothing else. I guarantee you probably won't like it. It would literally sound like an alien, garbaged, jumbled up mess. It wouldn't use the 12 notes that we use. It would be in a completely different tonal scale and structure. It would sound like aliens trying to speak to you. And it would be too, what I'm saying is there's such a thing in terms of being relevant to society as there's such a thing as being too original. So don't be afraid of standing on the shoulders of giants. Take from your heroes, take the best bits of what you like from your personal taste, because for something to be, jungle music wasn't truly new, was it? It was made up of other things, but it was a new genre. One of the only times in history we've had a truly new genre, jungle, drum and bass, right? So what was it? It was sped up breaks from funk and hip hop from the 70s onwards. It was the dub bass lines from dub music, reggae, raga, etc. And the emceeing from the sound system culture as well. But what I'm saying is, even truly original stuff, what you would class as revolutionary, is a reference to something important in the past. So Don't be afraid to merge ideas of what you love to create something new. Technically, yes, it's still rooted in the past, and it has been done before in some fashion, but that's how the whole human endeavor works. The only way it resonates with someone is if it has some place somewhere that they already know, and then you add the new stuff to that, or you combine two existing things that have never been combined before. That's still new. So I would just like to add to that argument for those that get scared about taking from other heroes, like sounds and arrangements and things. Obviously, don't take directly, don't sample unless you have permission, but there's no harm in being heavily influenced by stuff you like. Please don't be scared of doing that, because you have to be scared in order for something to be new. Because if there is a map towards success, then that means someone has already used the map to achieve that success. So therefore, there's no such thing as guaranteed. If success is the only option, then failure is the only option, basically, because it means it's already been done. I think, yes, it's Seth that said it the other way around. So if failure is not an option, then neither is success, because it has to be in the might not work category to be truly new. So you have to be scared. If it brings the aliens, I'm in. Right, and I think it was Julian who asked, what's the difference between volume automation and sidechaining? One has become a synonym for the other, but they are different things. I don't know if anyone's already answered you in the chat, sorry, but it's a very easy question to answer, so I'm going to answer it. Well, it's very quick to do. So I have a bass line here. Let's take this one. And I want to sidechain it from my kick drum. So a real sidechain in the original sense of the word is it's a processing chain on the side of a processor. So, for example, if you add a compressor to a sound, the decisions that compressor makes in order to, how much to reduce the sound by, how much to compress by, when to compress, and for how long. Obviously, that's based on a lot of factors. You've got attack time, release time, the ratio, which is the total amount, the threshold, but also the signal that the compressor is listening to on the way in might not be the same signal that you're listening to on the way out. And I don't just mean the compressed signal. I just mean what it hears behind the scenes. Because to make a compressor behave like nicely, it might not be able to react to like the pure tone the pure music that you're listening to. It might have to be some other signal. And that signal is the side chain. It's like the signal chain on the side. You don't necessarily hear it, but it's what is actually the compressor is actually listening to. Now, I can tell this compressor to listen to not what's coming in, but to listen to another channel. In this case, the kick drum. So now the compressor is only reacting to the side chain of my choosing. In this case, the kick. So whenever the kick plays, obviously we compress the current signal that is going through, which is the bass, not the kick. That is a true side chain. Volume automation is just that. Like the plugins like STFU. So this is almost performing the same role, almost. Whoops. Let me delete you. So I'm still ducking the signal every time the kick drum hits, but this is obviously not tied to the kick drum. This is just now a volume automation. I can duck when the kick is not playing. So this is just a volume, or this is just a volume envelope mimicking a sidechain. This is not a sidechain because it's not sidechained to anything. The signal is not triggered by stuff. Even if we, this is actually, this volume envelope is technically triggerable by MIDI notes. if I make a separate MIDI track here full of kick drums, I can actually say send to bass, it is, and then choose the, sorry, that's coming in. I can say output to bass, and it will give me STFU as a source. Now, every time I hit a kick drum, it will actually trigger this envelope. But this is still not necessarily sidechaining. That's MIDI triggering, if we're going to be purist about it. So the fact that I'm triggering a volume envelope is neither here nor there. It's triggered via a MIDI signal, whereas a sidechain is an audio signal on the side of an existing processor. So yes, they are similar in output, but not the same thing in how they're achieved. Hopefully that makes sense. But you will often hear people call this a sidechain. And there's other plugins just like it. Sidewinder, Sidekick. They're usually called side something. This one's called Shut the F Up. So it's not, it doesn't have side in the name. So in my opinion, it's better. But yeah, you'll often hear them described as sidechain plugins, but they're not actually sidechaining from anything. They're mimicking a compressor that's been sidechained from a kick drum specifically. So similar behaviors, but actually two different things. Michael, how do you manage your send and return channels? I notice Ableton maxes out at 12. Does it? And I want to control the sending of 100% wet signal to the EFX channel for each specific instrument or drum element. I'm the worst person to ask. I don't use send. I don't use send effects at all. Well, actually, I tell a lie. I don't use return effects. So you'll see on all my tracks. Let's find an example. I'm never going to finish this track, am I? Where's the chain here? Oh, damn, is this built into the synth? Bad example. I'm using the effects on the synth. What else? Oh, dear. No, this is a very bad example on all fronts. Ah, here's one. My clap has a reverb on it. But it's inserted, but it's not an insert. Because I can, the tail will still carry on after I turn this down. So this is a send to a reverb, but it's not on a send channel. It's not on a return channel. I do this in Ableton with the racks. So I've got two parallel lines here, two parallel signals. The dry passes through, and then there's a volume prior to the reverb or delay, which I send into. And that's not to do with Ableton's return limitation of 12. That's because when I drag this clap track, when I drag this clap track in from another track, for example, if I really like this clap and I forgot what sample I used, imagine I really like this clap and I wanted to use it in another track. When I have that other track open, I can just go here into my browser and say, find the track. I'll just grab a random one here, for example. I forgot what Giving Me Love is, but so here's a piano I love, for example. I can now drag this in. Ah, bad example. Let's try another one. I want one that's got the effects on it. Do, 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 do. Let's find something that's probably got effects on it. Okay. I don't know what this is, but let's try this. Okay. Still got no sends. What about this? No, just compressors and EQs for sidechains. What about the vocal? Hey, right, okay. Imagine this is my favorite vocal chain. Not that I work like that. I kind of do it from scratch every time, but it's already got a reverb and delay on it. If I drag this in and this track I dragged it from happened to use send effects, I would not get the effects along with the track. Therefore, most of the sound is missing, in my opinion, because obviously the effects make up the sound in a large way. What does this sound like? So these are all send behaving, no return track. And I do that so that when I drag tracks in from other sessions, they will retain their original effects. That's why I do it like that. If you're using 12 returns, that sounds like you would benefit from that system anyway. Because the benefit of using send returns is supposed to be that lots of tracks share effects. And you in that sense, you don't usually end up with more than probably 8. Unless you're doing like orchestral work or something. What type of genre are you in to be using 12 returns? I just wouldn't bother using returns. Or you could always just use normal tracks as well. Lewis, do I master my own music? Yes. Well, technically no, because I release all my music unmastered. So yes. If you want to know that whole process, I've done 2 videos called How to Not Master Your Tracks. Part 1, Part 2. That explains my full process. I release completely unmastered, with nothing on the bus, other than a bit of metering. Maybe an EQ cut for DJs. What was that I just heard? Toric. If you only want to compress certain frequencies with STFU, how would you do that? Well, STFU is not a compressor. So I wouldn't do that, but I presume what you mean is duck frequencies rhythmically. That's not the same as compression, right? Let me just make sure the terminology is clear here, because if you are asking about compression, then you wouldn't use STFU to do that. Because STFU cannot react to sound. It's a volume envelope. So if you're talking about how to duck just certain frequencies in a rhythmic fashion with STFU, then the way I would do that is, because it's not multi-band, you can use something like the free ZL filter. ZL splitter. Let's because I've put this on the. Let's use our stab here. Let me take off the original sidechain. So a practical use of this would be just to obviously you want to keep the highs and we want to duck the lows like a sidechain, right? So we've established our kick drum here. Doesn't have any fancy kick drum patterns. It's always 4 on the floor, so I don't have to worry about actual rhythmic changes of the kick drum. So therefore, a static volume envelope like STFU will work. Let's just clear that up. So we take STFU, and we've got this splitter plugin by ZL. The reason I want to use this is it has a high pass, low pass mode. And you can see we're listening to everything below 1,000 right now. This has a nice linear phase filter we can use. So it's one of the cleaner ways of doing this. So I'm going to put this splitter in a rack. I'm going to make 2 copies of the chain. Hold Control, by the way, if you didn't know. We'll copy that. See the little plus sign when you're hovering. So now we have 2 of these. I'm going to choose my. Let's say we want everything below 400. So I need to set these both to 400. I want to swap this round. So this is everything above 400. And then this is everything below 400. Control R, let's just keep things neat for ourselves. So Control R to rename. So that's low, that's high. Then we can just put STFU on the low. Choose our curve, and then only everything below 400 will be on this ducking pattern. This ducking pattern. Sounds like I'm angry at it. But that is how you would use STFU to duck frequencies. Hope that answers your question. What else? Julian, does drum bus just add saturation? It does lots of things, drum bus. It's got a saturation module in there, hasn't it? It does have some mythical qualities. As in, it's not clear what everything does on this. I tell you what, let's group our drums and put it on, shall we? To my knowledge, so we have a saturation section, which is non-bypassable. I believe that's a 1-knob compressor, as far as I can tell. Actually, what does Ableton say? Yeah, it's just a fixed compressor before the input distortion. So if you need more sustain, you don't want the distortion to mostly react to the transients. You could compress it beforehand. Interesting. But you don't get any controls other than input level. Crunch is another type of distortion, as far as I'm aware. This feels more like saturation. This feels more like, I suppose, what would be typically called overdrive. Like the overdrive plugin that you get. It's just a lot more blatant and, well, crunchier in the highs than the drive is. This feels more like tape saturation. The way you get that farty low thing. And this has high dampening for, I think it's to do with this module, isn't it? Or is this the whole processing? Is this the whole... Oh no, this is the whole chain, right, yeah. Because obviously distortion adds highs, so you want to be able to calm those. Now, I've always heard this as a transient enhancer for the distortion module. Oh, it's just the mid-highs, right, okay. Right, so it was obviously just enhancing the distortion because most of the distortion takes place in the mids and highs. I've never read this before. And then we have the boom tail, which is... You can achieve this in several ways. I've actually made one of these long before drum bus existed. Does it? Have I still got it? Actually, there we go. Parafilter. So this is the way I did this. It's just an EQ. Well, you can do EQ or filter. Doesn't matter. And just crank the resonance, and you will start to hear ringing. It will lengthen the sound beyond its original length. Where's my amount? There we go. That's how I did it anyway. You can get various lengths by balancing the resonance versus the level, because obviously the more resonant you go, the longer you go, but the louder you go. There's that's what she said in there somewhere, isn't there? The longer you go, the louder you go. So anyway, yeah, it sounds like Drum Bus is just kind of adding a resonant filter at your chosen frequency. It sounds like it's pre-distortion. Hard to tell. And the decay feels to me like the resonance amount would be controlling the length and the volume at the same time. And this is to tell you what frequency it thinks the resonance is currently at, if you want to actually pitch your kick drum and listen to it on its own. So yeah, Drum Bus does lots of things, but the problem with it is in the past I've wanted to use this just for the boom module, but you can't actually take out the distortion section. It's not fully bypassable. So it always colors the sound in some other way that I don't want, if I just wanted to lengthen a kick drum, for example. So it's really annoying, which is another reason I like having this available. But anyway, yeah, Drum Bus does lots of things. Angry Panda, surely just buying Shaper Box 3 is an easier option. You mean for the STFU frequency dependent ducking thing we did earlier? Yes, Shaper Box is a great plugin if you want to experiment with things like that. By the way, side notes, I do not endorse Drum Bus processing. I never use it. At no point in the last decade of history have I ever wanted to saturate my drums so that the kick drum and the clap saturate together. I would just pick different drums. I don't understand why you would ever want to delete the transient of your kick or clap. Obviously, if you want to go for full sound design purposes in a section of your track, actually you want it to sound like this for effect. Where's the rest of my drums gone? How strange. Oh, sorry. Yeah, if you wanted a full section of your track to have the effect on for special effects sake, and then take it off, that's the type of time I would use drum processing. But I've never used it for actual mix purposes. The concept of bus processing for me is very analog stroke. I would use it with real bands. I would never do it in a dance track, because the kick drum and the rest of the drums are just too precious. You spent all those hours picking the perfect kick drum to only just, you can't, in my opinion, there's no way of enhancing the drums via bus processing. Not unless you really know what you're doing and you've been doing it for many, many years. But the people I speak to who do a lot of bus processing haven't been doing it for many, many years. They're doing it because some tutorial told them to. So, you know, you could get a slightly punchier drum sound by using a compressor on this drum bus with a very slow attack and a very fast release, and probably never use auto makeup, never. So that's not bad. Of course, you're going to hear it as brighter because we've let some transients through, and then straight after the transients, which are the higher frequencies, straight after those, it gets ducked by the compressor. So relatively, it sounds brighter because we've ducked all the frequencies just after the high one, the high frequencies. And you get a tad more transients. But the problem is the shape of the kick is now entirely changed. I mean, this is a bad example because I hate this kick drum. I've been saying this all stream. I'm about to change it. But if, for the purposes of the principal example, if I had spent hours choosing this kick drum and this is the kick drum I wanted, this is like closest to the reference, why would I then undo the sound of that kick drum by changing it after the fact? What are my drums gaining here? Need to make this more equal, about 2 dB. I've lost the sustain on the kick drum. And my hi-hat sounds slightly brighter. So I would rather keep, to get that exact same effect but better, I would rather keep my kick drum as intended, if that indeed was the correct kick drum, and then just EQ my hi-hats to be slightly brighter. And that way we don't get any transients squashed. I don't understand this concept of bus processing. It comes from the days of recording real drum kits, and it's very valuable in that scenario. When you've got lots of real drums that need gluing together from 18 different microphone sources. And all of those drums are very, 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 very dynamic because they have ridiculous volume spikes because they're real drums and they're being hit by a stick, which is a lever, an amplified force. When you've got all those different drum sources, above, below the drum, and then the overheads, and then the toms versus the snare versus the kick. If you want all those to have a very similar transient property, yes, you might bus process those. But in abstract dance music samples, there's absolutely no benefit to it, in my opinion. Or it's just mostly negatives. There's nothing about an 808, some synthesized 808 clap from a drum machine that's ever going to sound natural next to some other random synthesized kick drum. The whole concept of dance music is abstract sounds. They're not supposed to be realistic. You're not going to put them in a real room together to make them sound like they're being played on stage live. I mean, unless that's part of your brand and sound, but you know what I mean? One of the main reasons you would bus process is to kind of bring stuff together cohesively. The same way you would use a send reverb, send and return, of a fake room on a real drum kit, if the drum kit was too dry. In dance music, that doesn't make any sense to me at all. The sounds are completely abstract. They're not supposed to fit together. I mean, they just naturally will. If they're doing their jobs, they'll just fit together anyway. You don't have to force them with extra processing on top. There's no dynamics to tame because they're not dynamic. This kick drum isn't 140 decibels from 0 to full, like a real kick would be. And it's not going to be played at extremely quiet sections and extremely loudly in certain other sections because it's not being triggered by a human foot. So why do I need dynamics processing on any of this? And if you did want to enhance your drum bus, I would go this route. Put a transient shaper on it, where you've got actual control. That's going to do far less damage than trying to compress. Sorry, I've gone off on the bus processing rant. Those of you who tune into every live stream have probably heard that rant about 4 or 5 times now. What is gain staging? That's simple. The terminology is a little confusing because people use the words level, volume, and gain interchangeably. Actually, let's bring back drum bus. So, you know how I said drum bus has this unavoidable distortion? And I just wanted this boom result. So imagine I wanted the boom without as much of this distortion as possible. What I could do is add a volume plugin before this and turn it down. Let's call it 10 dB by massive amount, 10 dB. And then on the other end, I'm going to go back up. This is gain staging. There's different stages of gain to manage how the processor handles my signal. It's not worked out because this is already using some automatic makeup gain thing. But this is an example of gain staging. So I'm clipping on the master now, but that's the type of clipping we don't want. So that's all gain staging is. It's just basically managing the inputs and outputs of each of your processors. For things like an EQ, it doesn't matter at all. A linear processor that doesn't have any non-linear artifacts to it. So like a pure digital EQ, like the one that gets bundled with your DAW, like this one. We don't have to gain stage this. It doesn't matter what the input level is. It's running at the same rate as the audio engine in general, which is 32 bits. It can handle anything, and it won't behave any differently depending on what level is coming in. So it doesn't matter. We don't have to gain stage our EQ. However, if that EQ is followed by a compressor or a distortion, something that is dependent on input level, let's choose both. Let's put overdrive on. Let's put overdrive. I've gone blind. Use the search function, Ben. So let's imagine. This is perfect actually. So our drum bus here is, you can see it's just below our compressor threshold. But if I change this EQ to do this, now the compressor has started to react. All right, it's not the best example. And listen to how different the distortion sounds when I EQ after versus before. So So this is a form of gain staging as well. I have to choose, do I want this distortion to react to this EQ shape or not? Or if I do want it to react to the EQ shape but not actually get louder, I might choose to turn down the output of this EQ as a way of gain staging into this overdrive and compressor. But that's all gain staging means. It's just the order of stuff you put in and what level. And certain plugins or processors will benefit from will be affected by different levels going in, and some processors will not. So if you're dealing with any distortions, any analog, virtual analog equipment, then you're going to have to gain stage something, probably. Like my favorite plugins are the variety of sound stuff. I always use, I say I always use, but I'm forever using his stuff because it has a great analog, virtual analog character. So this goes into special usually. So for example, let's ignore my rule earlier. I'm going to put a virtual tape processor on my drum bus. But the problem is my drum bus, because of the way I work, I reference a track at mastered level and I try to meet that track at mastered level. That's not happened here, but I'm usually, I'm dealing with very hot signals, very loud signals, which are all kind of near zero. So sometimes these poor plugins which model things like tapes or distortions or transformers, here's another one. Sometimes my signals are a bit too hot for them, and they crunch up in a bad way. Because it's not real analog gear, it's still digital. You'll notice this a lot more with analog obsession plugins. They do not like to be driven. Actually, I'll show you an example while we're here. Because that doesn't sound too bad. That's a tasteful amount of distortion. And I've not gain staged it yet at all. So that's not too bad. Let's check analog obsession. These are in VST3. I always test out his plugins just in case he's getting better. The Brit Pre. Let's try this one. So, that's okay. That's not too bad. Okay, but yeah, it's not a fair example. That sounds okay at zero. But when we push it, we've got this this is what I call, if you ever coded a plugin, you'll know what I mean by this, but this is folded wave shaping. That weird crunch at the top, that's a sign of a waveform folding back on itself, which you get from wave shaping. Anyway, what happens if we crank? We don't really get decibels on these, do we? Okay, well that's a much more analog type breakup. Anyway. Imagine this is how, if my signal was so loud that this is how these plugins behaved naturally. It's too much. So what I might do is, again, go before, take some level off. Let's go for a whole 15 this time, and then compensate on the other end. And now they sound great. In fact, I have already made a rack for this purpose because I'm often dealing with gain staging things because I work at high levels. So I don't mean high levels as in professional. I mean, high levels as in high signal levels. I've made a rack called Headroom, and all it is when I add more headroom, it turns the first one down and the last one up. So I can put my plugins in the middle of it, and now I have headroom. I can find the sweet spot of where they sound good. Again, I'm adding distortion to drums. It's not my vibe, so not a good example, but that's gain staging. You can mix master a track entirely on gain staging alone. Yes, you can. SHZY. Shizzy. So, yeah. And the only reason to do it is when a plugin is sensitive to input level, i.e. what we call non-linear plugins, like distortions, compressors, anything analog modeled. I have literally got a rack for everything. I have, yes. That's 10 years of solving problems for you. So if I find myself doing it multiple times, yeah, that was it. I make a rack of it. Do you want a sneak preview of my new rack? By the way, I'm making something called, I'm hoping to turn this into a proper plugin. I'm studying a plugin environment at the moment called Plug Data, which lets you make your own plugins for free. But I have made a plugin called the Width Police, which is a seeing as a lot of people seem to care about my video on why wide mixes fail in the club, that video went a little bit more viral than I was expecting. I started to think, what is a good way we could manage that? Because there are no really good plugins like this yet. So, I have built a width police plugin. It's not finished yet. It's not working properly, but the idea is it should measure your out of phase, your uncorrelated signal. It's not working. Why is it not working? Oh, it is working. It's just this track is just horrendously mono. Let me bring in another track. 1 second. But yeah, the idea is it's going to dynamically make sure you are monocompatible, heavily monocompatible, without ruining a width, and it does it on a per frequency basis. Let's look at mix downs. What's wide? Is that wide? It sounds like it's got wide elements. This is a very old mix. Hey, okay. Yeah, so you can see it go mad there. This. That's going to take, whenever the width oversteps an arbitrary threshold, it's going to duck that frequency. What I would really love to build, though, is one that does it on a spectral level, like Track Spacer. This would be my ideal version of this plugin. Can we get the? Do we need? We need to sidechain in, don't we? Can we do that? Right, okay. if you don't know what Track Spacer does, it's a sidechain compressor, but it acts on a spectral level. So basically per frequency, it's like having 16,000 compressors, one on each, or 20,000 compressors, one on each frequency. What I want to do is control the side channel on a spectral level. So this would be, it'd be like this on the side channel, but with some extra with some extra bits and bats. So you can choose the operating range currently. If I only wanted the mid-range to be monitored. But then I also thought of this. I thought this was a good idea. So if the sound itself is only too wide, we can go the other way. We can bring up the mono signal. You'll hear this getting extremely bumpy. You're hearing the mono signal being recovered there whenever it gets too low itself. So there's no longer what we call a phantom center. So that prevents phantom center things. And then I also thought, what for the sounds that are too mono, that don't need policing, but you would still like to have them wider, yet not in a dangerous way. So this is like, this is this one. This acts on all the signals which are not too wide, and it only acts when they are below the width threshold. So we can actually create a wider mix that is more mono compatible. That's the idea anyway. It needs lots of dialing in. But yeah, I'm excited to. I want to build it properly. The Ableton rack really isn't going to be capable. Timothy Williams, what headphones do I use? I use Sennheiser HD25s. Yes, if I do finish that rack, I've got plenty of others. I will be doing another racks video soon. I have a few I think I want to give away. Obviously, yes. Blank poster music, yes. With the Width Police plugin would need an appropriate GUI user interface, definitely. Timothy, yes, HD25 Sennheisers, but that's just simply because I've used them for so long. Paid plugin detected. I might do it as donationware. If it takes me, it depends how long it takes me, I suppose. If I think the effort and the application is worth some monetary compensation, maybe I would do it as paid only. But I don't know. I'm just. I think of all the great free plugins. I'm not that there's a free plugin that does this, but in general, the quality of free plugins now is incredible, and I abuse them every day. I've never given Variety of Sound a penny, other than endorsing his plugins, and I've used those plugins for over 10 years. Poor Herb is just a hobbyist. I believe he's a scientist in some form in his main job, and does audio science on the side. And that poor man's generosity has benefited me greatly. So I say poor man. I don't know if he is poor, but yes, I really, really like to pay forward tremendously generous acts like that. So we'll see. We'll probably do a donationware thing. So everyone can have it, and then those that think it's that it's worth stuff will will pay me what they think it's worth. Hopefully, statistically, 74% of you will not pay anything, which is fine. I know that's how it works. So but it's incredible you made that rack. Even more impressive that you thought of making the rack. Yes. I mean, as I can't remember who said it above, but yeah, if I see a problem, I try to fix it and I make a rack. If I had more time, I would be making Max for Live devices, because it's a lot more capable in that. But if you don't know, by the way, Plug Data is a new environment that's cropped up in the last year. And people are making plugins within it. So, for example, here's a track spacer plugin that Ewan Bristow made. He's called it Flora. It's also like a resonance suppressor, like Gullfoss or Soothe. Actually, I need to do the data version. Sorry. Data version. FX version, sorry. Let me delete that one. Oh, I've done the wrong one. Sorry, 1 second. 1 second. Effects. So, as you can see, you can see the reason I started thinking in this direction, because it appears it's possible to program spectral level processing within this plugin. And if you go to edit here, it's a bit like Native Instruments Reactor. You can see your input sources. You can open up the routings, and you can go down and down the process. And I'm going to have to relearn trigonometry, but yes, there's all kinds of. You can see the knob animations. But this fascinates me. I love visual. I'm not a very good coder. So if you look at the modules up here, there's buttons, knobs, symbols, there's processes you can add, general stuff. MIDI in, MIDI outs, oscillators, there's built-in synthesizer oscillators. There's built-in pre-built filters and stuff like that. This is a dream come true. There used to be an environment like this, but it was 32-bit only, and it didn't let you program the plugin live like this. So I could actually make live adjustments to this plugin and hear it. I'm not going to do that now because it might break everything. But I'm in the process of learning a little bit of this. I'm hoping to get somewhere with that, but that were very promising. I think it is all formats. I think it's I think Plug Data is PC and Mac and Linux. So yes, hopeful. I think my Width Police plugin is going to be a way off because it's a complex thing, but I might be able to do some more simple, useful things in the meantime. Joseph, I do not know how to use instruments or vocals. How do you set them up? You mean inside of Ableton, or what software do you use, Joseph? How that strikes me as a very early question. You're a beginner, I presume. How far are you in the journey? What do you mean by don't know how to use them? Do you mean what the difference is between an instrument and a vocal, or sorry? Oh, you've answered. Oh, sorry, you've asked an earlier question here. Please explain how to use reverb and delay properly. Well, there is no properly. It's I don't use them properly anyway, because most people use delays and reverbs as what's called send effects, send and returns, what we were talking about earlier. And I don't do that. So I don't use them properly in terms of inverted commas. Reverb and delay are entirely up to taste. Entirely up to taste. Like I put delay on this synthesizer for rhythmic purposes, because I want it to bounce. But you can use delay in all kinds of ways. You might just use it as more of an ambient effect. It would be a lot less obvious than that. It might be very quiet in the background with no high frequencies on it. Yeah, you can delay is an ambient effect. It's also a rhythmic effect, so you can use it in multiple ways. And reverb is, well, it's mostly ambience. Do you like the dry sound? Or do you like the reverb sound? That's about it. So it's entirely up to you. Sometimes sounds don't fit in a song at all unless you've added a little bit of delay and reverb. But there's no definite do's or don'ts. In general, I would say keep all the extreme highs and lows out of your reverbs and delays, because otherwise your track gets very mucky, messy. If you let the bass bounce around in a delay. So, for example, this bass, it's got a delay on it already, as you can hear. This is the bass. You can see I've done that with the delay, because if I don't do this, I get extra notes in my sub-frequencies, which are going to mess with my kick drum. I only want those high ones to be the ones that are bouncing around. And then you choose your repeats or your feedback. Same with your reverb length. Again, depends on what you're going for. Do you like the mood of a really long reverb? Is your track very chill? Does it benefit from a very long atmospheric reverb? Or is your track very busy and fast, in which case a very long reverb might be a bad idea? That's about it for reverb delay. There's no real rules. Just have a play around. You don't have to bother with sends and returns to start with. Just start by playing with them on the tracks themselves. Breath, body, sound. Yes, that is a Vital Skin called Default Modify 2 by Panasonic. It's on the forums. Default Modify 2. There. Go and have a look on the Vital Theme or Vital Skin forums. There's all kinds of handy skins for it. That's a nice one. Look at that. or you can make your own, by the way. So Joseph is 3 months in. Oh, you meant settings. Right, okay. Settings for delay and instruments. Yeah, there's no go-to settings for really anything, unfortunately. Just use your ears, have fun. Use your ears and have fun. That is music in a nutshell. I know it's not very helpful. You want some kind of go-to settings, but just try to think about in terms of emotions, right? So, like I say, I deliberately chose delay on this synth because it's stabbing, and I actually chose the musical part with the delay in mind, because I knew where the delay bounces would bounce in between these notes. So that's one reason I chose delay, because I was already thinking of the bouncing of the delay bounces are different to adding extra notes, because they're going to be they're going to have some frequencies filtered off, so they'll sink into the background a tiny bit, as opposed to just adding an extra MIDI note, right? So the delay bounces will be slightly different to adding extra notes, and that helps with the groove. So I did that on purpose. I do, in terms of using delay on vocals, that's a lot. Usually, that's not for rhythmic purposes. Usually, that's more of a background ambience thing. But sometimes you will just choose to put a delay on one single word at the end of a phrase, so it echoes off. It's a very common way of transitioning from one section to another. I've probably got an example in recent mixdowns. Has that got vocals on it yet? No. Nope. 1 second.
Dancing around.
What have we done with this one?
Everywhere I go, collateral effects. All the boys say I'm a little salty, but they kinda like it when I get a little ballsy. Gotta level up, gotta get naughty. They're allowed to leave when my legs get palsy. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't do it.
Naughty. They're allowed to leave when my legs get palsy. Yeah.
But for example, I may choose in another parallel universe when this song wasn't finished. And I had a second go at making it. I don't give myself much time finishing tracks, by the way. So 120 BPM. Let me just match this for a second. So that yeah at the end. Where is it?
Gotta get naughty. They're allowed to leave when my legs get palsy. Yeah.
So where she says yes, I might choose to just send to that delay there.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, I'm not just on the vocal track here. This is, but this would be an example. So
Palsy. Yeah.
that kind of thing.
Palsy. Yeah.
You might just choose one word to echo off. Maybe it's an important word, or maybe it's just a way of transitioning from one section to another. I do that all the time. Again, you could do it there. Reverbs, there's no rules. It depends on the atmosphere you're going for. So, actually, what is that called? What is that called? I've lost it. Oh,
Dancing around.
Yes, Mars. Okay, 1 second. So there's a few ways I can go with this track, right? Because it's quite chill, but she's rapping.
Dancing around in my tight trance.
Yeah, let me find the vocal from that. So here we go. Here's the session. Vocal. So you see the vocal settings I went with in a minute. There it is. Oops, I think I've pulled it in twice. Yep.
I'm feeling myself, got them all breaking their necks. Just look at me, I don't mean to be like that.
So I went with a very subtle crap reverb. I want this to be lo-fi.
Dancing around.
This is a spring emulation called Tens Junior. A deliberate choice.
Dancing.
It's a free one by Klanghelm.
Dancing around in my tight dress. I'm feeling myself, got them all breaking their necks.
But there's all kinds of ways we could go with this vocal. So I could go with a very short.
Dancing around in my tight dress. I'm feeling myself, got them all breaking.
I could go with this is what I'd call a lo-fi reverb. So I could go with a let's think, what reverbs have we got? So because it's quite a chill track, I could go with a very long atmospheric background.
Dancing around in my tight dress. I'm feeling myself, got them all breaking their necks. Just look at me, I don't mean to be like.
Something really dark and long. That's what she said. Not going there. Or we could do what's it good for short rooms? I like proto rack. So we could make it sound like she's in a very small room.
Dancing around in my tight dress. I'm feeling myself, got them all breaking their necks. Just look at me, I don't mean to be like that. Everywhere I go, collateral effects. All the boys say I'm a little salty, but they kinda.
That's using the free proto verb.
Dancing around in my tight dress. I'm feeling myself, got them all breaking their necks. Just look at me, I don't mean to be like that. Everywhere I go, collateral effect.
Either of those choices is perfectly valid. It's entirely up to you what you want to do.
Dancing around in my.
I decided I wanted the crap spring.
Dancing around in my tight dress. I'm feeling myself, got them all breaking their necks. Just look at me.
And then for the floaty one. Oh, that's already got effects on it. That already came with a long reverb and a delay on it, so I didn't have to do anything to that one. I just wanted some more breath out of it. That's literally all I did to this one. So, I mean, I'm not saying this is the best song in the world, but that's the ideas behind the choices. It's entirely up to what kind of emotion you want to go for.
Dancing around in my tight dress. Dancing around in my tight dress.
Yeah. So, there's no do's and don'ts. Just go with what you think matches the emotion of the track. I wanted that to sound a little bit like a lo-fi. It's not that lo-fi, but I wanted the rap to sound a bit more like a sample, because I was going to loop that dancing around in my tight dress. I wanted that phrase looped.
Dancing around in my tight dress. I'm feeling myself, got them all breaking their necks. Just look at me.
You know, so you could lean into that even more. I've got I could add distortion.
Dancing around in my tight dress. I'm feeling myself, got them all breaking their necks. Just look at me, I don't mean to be like that. Everywhere I go, collateral effect.
Change the formants.
Dancing around in my tight dress. I'm feeling myself, got them all breaking their necks. Just look at me, I don't mean to be like that. Everywhere I go, collateral effect.
Add an octave.
Dancing around in my tight dress. I'm feeling myself, got them all breaking their necks. Just look at me, I don't mean to be like that. Everywhere I go, collateral effect.
If you want to know what's behind this, by the way, Melda's Auto Pitch. The free comes with a free bundle that has a formant shift inside it.
Dancing around in my tight dress. I'm feeling myself, got them all breaking their necks. Just look at me, I don't mean to be like that. Everywhere I go, collateral effect.
And what am I doing for the octave? I presume it's just another one.
Dancing around in my tight dress. I'm feeling myself, got them all breaking their necks.
Oh no, that was this one. Another free one by Auburn Sounds, Grey Leon.
Dancing around in my tight dress. I'm feeling myself, got them all breaking their necks.
Just turned down -12.
Dancing around in my tight dress.
But yes, sorry. The point was, I was going for a lo-fi.
Dancing around in my tight dress. I'm feeling myself, got the mob looking down. Just look at me, I don't mean to be like that. Everywhere I go, collateral effects.
Maybe I put the reverb before the.
Dancing around.
If I get rid of this reverb and put that room reverb from the proto verb before the distortion, that'll sound extra lo-fi.
Dancing around in my tight dress. I'm feeling myself, got the mob looking down. Just look at me, I don't mean to be like that. Everywhere I go, collateral effects. All the boys say I'm a little salty, but they kinda like it when I get a little bossy. Gotta level up, gotta get naughty. Better let you leave when the legs get palsy. Dancing around in my tight dress. I'm feeling myself, got the mob looking down. Just look at me, I don't mean to be like that. Everywhere I go, collateral effects. All the boys say.
Yeah, that's another use of kind of reverb. I might try to deliberately sound like it's sampled from someone talking in a shit room. Excuse my French. Apologies to any French people in the chat. That's a common phrase in England. Anyway, yes. Hopefully you understand there's no go-to settings for reverb or delay. I'm afraid you're just going to have to play around, see what you like. And there's different reasons you might use them. Hopefully that helps you understand some of my approaches. Jarrett asks, what's the reason you love Vital so much? Well, it's not one reason, it's many reasons, isn't it? So, do we still have one here? Interface, user interface, stunning, routing, easy, LFO to filter, done. It's just drag and drop, and it's onto the actual interface. It's not the. I mean, you can do it here. But all this is just so much quicker, and it's just really flexible. You've got wavetables, true wavetables. You can import. I've got Serum's wavetables here, so you can import any wavetables into it, adjust them. There is that one. That was actually not editable, but very flexible, 3 oscillators, any of them FMable to each other, frequency modulation or ring modulation, drag and drop. I can drag samples into the sample player, like kick drums. Where am I? Oh, it's because that's in the search. Sorry. Like that. What else? Routing matrix is a godsend. It's so easy to use. Customizable curves for every single parameter. It's just a dream to program in. It's very fast. It's very easy to understand where things are being sent. My favorite feature is when it's actually playing. Everyone forgets this, but if you're trying to learn synthesis, this is extra valuable. So before I even right, can you hear me? There we go. Yeah, before I even do this, if I just hover and hold my mouse, I've not let go yet, so I've not assigned this. I can hear what sending this LFO to the different parameters is going to do. It's great for learning. You can instantly find out without damaging anything or changing anything. It's all just instant. User interface goes a long way into making learning easier or hard. So I just like the fact that it's just extremely flexible. Sounds great. All 4 filters in this, or the 4 main ones, sound fantastic. Yeah, it's just extremely the weakest element compared to probably something like Serum is the effects section, but that's fine. You know, there's a million great effects out there already. So, I mean, none of these are bad. You just don't get as many options as Serum. But this is a great reverb. It's a great EQ. It's a great distortion. It's a great multi-band compressor. It's a great chorus. As I said, the filters are already great. Nothing's bad in here. You just don't get as many options as Serum. So, and the fact that it's free. Matt Title put that out for free. It's extremely well coded. It's extremely stable. I've used it for literally everything. Well, not literally, but 95% probably. What's not to love about Vital? And in terms of passing on knowledge of sounds and synthesis and production and music, what better way to share with the world than something everyone has access to? Well, anyone that has a computer. Obviously, not everyone has access to Vital, but yeah, it's just. I think it's a phenomenal synth. Technically, it's more flexible than Serum because you have a third oscillator. Serum's third oscillator is a fixed sub oscillator, so it doesn't let you do all of this. But that's just one more reason, and not to take away from Serum and Steve Duda's Serum at all, because without Serum we don't get Vital. So it's very important that Steve Duda had to make Serum. But yeah. Oh, you know what that sounds like? What key is is it in B flat? I need some release. Sounds a bit like that, doesn't it? Anyway, yes, I could gush all night about Vital, but those are some of the reasons. Before anyone asks, yes, Cook, thank you. Keep typing that every 5 minutes. What the skin is. Yeah. While it's on the screen, if you prefer the look of Serum, you can have Vital do that as well. So there we go. Oh, sorry. You want your classic 3D waveforms, right? So put some of those in there. Now it looks very Serum. Anyway, $5 from sorry, CA. What's CA again? Sorry, I'm not aware of the currency, but thank you regardless. What's the question? UK Garage, I hear funky bouncy bass lines. X is Far Away by Charlie Shell or SV Tracks. Can you please show how it's made? How to write the bounce in Serum? I don't even have Serum installed anymore, so I can't show you that. But anything I show you in Vital is well, let's keep the Serum skin on for now, and I'll show you it just like this, and it will be applicable directly. I'm going to go soon, so I won't spend too long on this, but my throat's starting to hurt and I need food. So I will have a quick listen and try to guide you in the right direction. Next is Far Away by Charlie Shell. Let's have a look. Do. I've got Smooth Criminal in my head now. Oh no, that's I should type in the artist name, or else you just get a bunch of dating advice. Oh, it's just Far Away. It's not Next Far Away, sorry. Far Away by Charlie Shell. Oh, so this is not a big track. Okay. So it's very Charlie Puth. Sammy Virgie. Charlie Puth, sorry. It's because they call Charlie Shell. Nothing like Charlie Puth, a lot like Sammy Virgie. Does it sound on its own anywhere? Okay. It sounds FM. It sounds pretty FM. It's just a normal 2 or 3 oscillator FM. So you could do it in Serum. The bounciness is coming from the swing, though. You need to crank the swing on your... depends what software you're in. But Ableton works with these. You load groove templates into here. And then apply them to your clips. So I need a garage loop, don't I? Let's see if anything comes up in my samples quickly. Oh, here we go. MJ Cole's fine for now. Drums. Full loops. Yeah. Good tops. Let's call it. Let's just do that for a second. Quickest garage track ever. Whoops. Let's put you there. Let me just delete this. On solo. In fact, we'll bring you down here. And we're too slow, so 130. That'll do for now. Right, so the fastest way. We want 2 sine waves. We do it in this view so you can see easily. 2 sine waves. They'll be in your default shapes. Let me get rid of that. FM. So we need to frequency modulate. I'm going to say frequency modulate from oscillator 2. This will be underneath in Serum. You'll see the same parameter though. You choose FM from oscillator 2. We're going to have this operate on an envelope, similar shape to this. We'll have to do this by ear. Let me make sure I've got no effects on. Good. Half of the bounce is in the swing, so I need to look up swing grooves in Ableton first, because I think that I've got 63% loaded here. I don't think that's going to be swung enough. You want to be, it sounds like 65, 70 area. That's half the battle is recognizing swing. By the way, I have done lots of videos on garage bass. If any of this confuses you because I'm going fast, then go and watch. I've done, I think, 8 videos on garage now. 2 of those were on bass. But you will need to know about the swing of the drums in general anyway. So I just want standard 16th swing. We want 16th swing. Here it is. I'm going to load in a 66%, a 68. That's probably enough. Let's make some MIDI on a loop. Let me listen to that part again. So we're doing a lot of octave swaps. Oh, it's falling on the floor, isn't it? Sorry, my bad. We need a 4 on the 4 garage, but it's still very swung. That doesn't matter. Was there a 4 on the floor I heard? I'll tell you what, let's just make them 4. Let's just add these kick drums here. And then we'll take the bottom end off. Actually, we'll just do this. We'll do this. So this is the crude version. Ignore the drum loop. Ignore the drum loop. Don't look here. Don't look. Let's just split these. Close you for a second. No low frequencies in this one. There's our crude garage 4 and 4. Okay. It sounds like a 6-3-4-1. I'm just going to do that so it sounds familiar. What key? Not that this matters. So that's the home key. That is what notes? D sharp. So it's a 6-3, so that would be B, E, F sharp. Ignore the notes; these aren't actually. Sorry, so it's not E. So it's F sharp, G sharp, D sharp. Those are the. We want something like that is the rhythm, so it's an 8th, then a something like this. That's our line. Let's just say that's the line. Now we need to swing heavily. Let's get the sound dialed in. We're going to make this, send this envelope to this amount of frequency modulation. Why is it not looping? 1 second. That sounds pretty good. So these are just what a lot of the bouncy stuff is it's extra octaves on the current note of your bass. So it's just things like this is all on B here, right? So this is it's things like that, and part of the bounciness is down to how your bass reacts at those high frequencies. So I'm going to lower the filter. In fact, you can use something called key tracking. Serum has this as well. So on the filter, what key tracking is the higher the notes are that are actually played, the higher the filter will go. So you can have this in the opposite direction. I want the higher notes to kind of clamp down a little bit, but the lower notes to be open. So I'm going to put some opposite key tracking on. That means the higher I go, the lower the filter will stay, and it will be a little more muted, more tight. But that's all this kind of thing is. It's just lots of octaves, usually, or fifths. That kind of thing. So a fifth, by the way, is 5 away in the scale. So an octave is 8 away, right? So you would need to know what scale you're in, obviously. I happen to know we're in D sharp minor for this track. So 5 away on a B is an F. So you'll notice stuff with an F sharp on this B. So it's an F sharp, sorry, not F. So 5 away would also sound good. I can put this on the 5 of G sharp, which is D sharp here. But again, watch my. I'm kind of rushing here, so it's not gonna be super understandable straight away. But watch my garage bass videos. It is explained in those. But as you can see, the 5s sound good as well. In fact, I could just go to a 5 here, so that it's that kind of thing. Anyway, but the key here is lots of swing. I've got this on 66%. If I take the swing off, listen to how less bouncy it is. And then we swing. Now I've chosen 66% because I can hear roughly that the reference track you gave there, Charlie Shell, is about that. That just comes from lots of experience. But you could measure it because it's the distance between these hi-hats aren't equal distance between the kick and the clap. So straight away we know there's swing because otherwise it would be here. If it was unswung, it would be right here. So this is a 16th. And you can see it's way past. So that means every other 16th is swung. That's what swing is. 16th swing means every other 16th is moved back in time. That's why you get that shuffle, as opposed to that would be square. Swung is instead of anyway. So I could probably show you on the drum beat actually. If I could quantize these two drums to not be swung, put these in beats mode, and then say move everything to the nearest 16th, Control and U. Do the same for this as well. Make sure that's showing 16ths, Control U. Oh, it's not done it. It's not done it properly. No. It's missed some. Not the best example, but anyway, yeah, developing an ear for what's swung and what's not is half the battle there. Ear training for groove. 66% is almost a full triplet. You're right, Tom. Yes, but I'm not going to go into triplets. In fact, if you see any interviews with, I remember MJ Cole talking about they would use Cubase's swing. They didn't know about swing, so they would use the triplet setting in Cubase, 16th triplets. So yes, that's how you get. That's why a lot of old school garage sounds like it's at 66.6%, because that would be a full triplet, or technically the third note in every triplet. Yeah, so. But yes, that is hopefully helps you a little bit, but lots explained in the garage bass video. Thank you for the 5 CA. Did anyone answer me on what currency that is? Sorry, I don't mind. I just don't know what the currency is. Anyway. Thank you for all the questions. I'm going to go get some food and a glass of water because my throat is starting to hurt. So, oh, it's Canadian dollars. Of course it is. Sorry, I just had to look that up. Thank you for the Canadian rupees, as Linus would say. Oh, we're not allowed to talk about Linus now, are we? He's a bad man. He's the bad man. As predicted, I did not finish my track that my manager has labelled urgent, so I'll have to do that later. Meanwhile, we need something to play out on, don't we? I need to do that thing where the music plays and it fades out while the screen changes and it looks like a proper ending. What have I got? Oh, I liked that one. We did a Groove Jet style thing. What's that one? Call me up when you're sober. This one came out very well.
Call me up, call me up, call me up, call me up, call me up when you're sober. Call me up,
Oh, that'd be time.
call me up, call me up, call me up when you're sober.
Thank you, everyone.
Call me up when you're sober. When you shine and change, you give it up like it's over.
There we go. Side chained.
Give it away, and I don't wanna fall for you this time. I can't find the truth in all the lies.
Okie dokes. Thank you, everyone. Peyton, Nick, D, Cook, Black, Saltron, CS6, Joseph, Julian, Juno, Mar. Oh, Mar's only just joined. Sorry. You must be from across the pond. I'm sorry, we normally call it a night by about 10 p.m. here. It's 10 p.m.
But never give it away.
And thank you, Tom.
I don't wanna fall for you this time. I can't find the truth in all the
49 1FTE. Thank you, Abraham. Thank you, Pablo. Thank you, Hendrix, Stefan. Thank you, Mihai. Mihai? Ragnarok. Brilliant. Thank you very much, everyone. It's a pleasure. I'll see you next week. I still don't know what the video will be. Put your requests in on some of the YouTube comments.